Ladies and gentlemen, holy, 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 holy. Can I have your attention? If anybody came in this door and didn't come in that door, you want to get over there and register because you'll miss out on the door prizes. So please check in at the front.
That wasn't working.
Not working? Oh.
No. So just so you know, when you maybe it's on now. I couldn't hear it at the back. Now it's on.
I didn't speak into it enough. Yeah.
I don't know if you've met Lorraine Gerard yet from
No,
BCH.
I haven't.
Maybe at the break.
Yes, I really like. Yeah, sure. I'd like to meet her. Where is she sitting?
She's right there in the black.
Oh, I'll
At the
come
table.
over
If
and
you
say
have
hello
time.
right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got time.
Yeah.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Speak right into it.
If you could start to find your way to your seats, we're going to start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Bucket List Festival here at the gorgeous Van Dusen Gardens. Thank you so much for joining us today. The event is sponsored by the Order of St. John, a Christian non-denominational order that goes back 900 years. Its primary mission in the old days was to help the sick and the poor, and that continues to be our mission today, and we're delighted to welcome you today. The Bucket List Festival is relatively new in our area. The first one was, I think, around 2007, and Dr. Pippa Hawley was very principal in the in development of this particular format, and has been involved in every one since. And I'm delighted to say she's here today as well. A couple of things. Hold on to your tickets. There's going to be some great prizes at the end of the day. For those of us who need a washroom at the far end, is there any other items that I've forgotten? No. Okay. So I'm going to hand the mic over to John Rogers, who's going to introduce our moderator, Sam Sullivan. Higher. Okay, a little more volume, please, Owen.
When I asked her for feedback, I wasn't thinking of that, David. Hi. Hello, can you hear me in the back? Anna, can you hear me? Okay. So this is a close mic, a bite mic. My name is John Rogers, and I'm very proud to be a member of the Sovereign Order of St. John of Jerusalem. As David Hunt mentioned, we have organized this event, and we're proud that you're all here. Thank you. I'm equally proud to introduce to you my friend Sam Sullivan, who has graciously agreed to act as our moderator today. Although most of you will already know who Sam is, many of you may not know just how accomplished a man he is. Sam is currently a minister of the Legislative Assembly in Victoria, representing the riding of Vancouver Falls Creek. Is that right, Sam? Yep. I'm going to move there so I can vote for him. Formerly, he was a councillor for many years in Vancouver and then became mayor of our great city. Sam is happily married to Lynn Zanata, who is likely his most fervent supporter. Probably. Sam hasn't had exactly an easy life. He broke his neck in 2 places in a skiing accident at age 19, which confined him to a wheelchair. Although he could have reacted to this tragic accident by withdrawing from his community after a period of rest and relaxation, or otherwise known as maybe depression, he made up his mind to get involved with the community. Some things he's been involved with are the Tetra Society, which he was a creator of. That society provides customized mobility devices for persons with physical disabilities. Next, the Disabled Sailing Association, which allows people who are disabled to sail using sip and puff technology. Next, the Wilderness Access Program, which provides a unique one-wheeled vehicle allowing disabled persons to access the wilderness. And then one of my favorites one is Transcribimus. I'm glad I took Latin. So we transcribe, I think that means, and a group transcribes the minutes of early meetings of Vancouver City Council, and this will all be digitized, Sam? And then it'll be available at the Vancouver Archives for anybody who wants to do research. The real favorite of mine, I've been to many of these with my wife Carmi, and that's the Global Civic Policy Society, which hosts speakers and public forums at the Old Vancouver Playhouse on a quarterly basis? More or less, yeah. People who are thinkers and doers in this city, it's very interesting to hear them speak. The final thing that's sort of interesting for today, at least, is the Chinook Wawa revival. This was a language which was prevalent in this province back at the beginning of the 1900s, maybe. And Sam actually speaks that. So he's going to give us his moderation today totally in the Chinook Wawa language. No. I did have one final thing. This is very current. The Refugee Response Team, which assists refugees to settle in and integrate into our Vancouver community. One more thing is awards. Sam has the Order of Canada. You can see he's wearing the pin today. Other honors are induction in the Terry Fox Hall of Fame and the Christopher Reeve Award. So he's our local Superman. In closing, I can only say that if you ever get a chance to vote for Sam in the next provincial election, you should. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Sam Sullivan.
Thank you so much, John. John is a very persuasive guy. He gets me to do this, for one thing, but he also was the very first guy to get me to run for mayor. He hosted the very first meeting to come up with that idea. So I'm not sure if I should thank him or curse him for it. You know, he used to call me Your Worship, and when I was mayor, they would call me Your Worship, but I'd go home to Lynn, and she'd never call me Your Worship. You know, I'd always open the door and, you know, hope, but somehow it never happened. And so I'm not sure that she's my biggest fan, but she's pretty close, you know. Anyways, what an honor to be here. The Order of St. John, what an ancient tradition this is. You know, think about the Crusades and Jerusalem and all these places, and here is this honorable tradition that is now, we're a part of it. And the idea of service, of looking after the community, and this idea that the Commandery under Anne Rowland here, where's Anne? She has been leading the charge to address the issues of aging and palliative care and things like that. So, and I just got appointed to, Premier Clark appointed me to the Provincial Health Committee. So this is a very, very topical thing for me, and thank you for the timing. It was perfect. So what a great thing to be talking about, to be looking into. There's a book called it's called Being Mortal by Atul Gawande. This book is just electrifying the ministry. The Minister of Health, the Deputy Minister of Health, they always carry it under their arm, and it's kind of like their Bible in a way. So I would encourage you to read that book, and it's a doctor who has really thought deeply about why we do dying so badly. You know, obviously the goal is a life well lived, and we have to be better at the end of life, the way we deal with things. So our first guest, Dr. Pippa Hawley. Now, she came to Canada from the UK via New Zealand, and she started the BC Cancer Agency's Pain and Symptom Management, the Palliative Care Program, 1997. She's a medical leader of the provincial program and also the head of the Division of Palliative Care at BC. Now, Pippa has a busy clinical teaching and research practice and is a strong advocate for universal access to palliative care. Now, she's involved in a number of national initiatives to change the way palliative care is provided across the country. Pippa founded the Bucket List Festival, which we are now participating in, and that was in 2011. And she'll be telling you about her new visual model of the 21st century palliative care, which is now becoming accepted internationally. She lives on the North Shore, is a keen sailor and a soccer coach. Now, I asked Pippa, you're the founder of the Bucket List Festival. Tell me, what's on your bucket list? And she looked very confused. Actually, nothing. I don't have a bucket list. The goal of a bucket list is to not have one. Because as soon as you get it, you do it. Life is short. What a great lesson for all of us. Something you want to do, do it. Please welcome Dr. Pippa Hawley. Which one would you prefer?
I'm happy with the handheld. I kind of like walking around. So thanks everybody very much for coming out on this lovely day. I'm sure many of you would be rather picking up trees or picking up water barrels. It seems like there's a lot of people out here doing that today. I know that we're going to be here today to talk not about dying, but about living. And that's what palliative care is all about. I've got a little talk I'm going to do just before lunchtime, just to go over that in more detail. But I thought I'd start out with talking about the the most fun things that you can have in your life, which is a really, really great party. Many people have had living wakes. I have a number of patients, friends, colleagues who've had living wakes, and I thought I'd start out by talking a little bit about that. So when we die, normally the big part is the funeral. There's lots of pros and cons with funerals. Funerals are really good for the people left behind, but they're a lot of work to organize. They cost a fortune. To have a really big, good funeral can cost many thousands of dollars. And it can be a lot of work for people who are recently bereaved. It's quite hard work going through end of life with somebody, and people often are exhausted afterwards. So it's very important that the people need to, they can get their rest and make a good recovery. So sometimes organizing a big party that's not a really good thing to be doing at that kind of time. The other thing is that you can get conflict between family members about what their loved one would have liked. And the biggest disadvantage, however, though, is that all this money and all this effort's being spent on something that you don't get to be there for. So if you are not able to do it in advance, there's just a few tips for funeral planning, which I think everybody should be aware of. First of all, making sure that your loved ones do know actually what was important to you. Get a good photo for your obituary. I've got mine done already. My dad went out the other day and got his done, and he emailed it to me, and I said, oh, this is really nice. Why did you get a photograph taken of yourself now? I mean, it is nice, but he says, oh, it's for my obituary. And he's completely healthy. There's nothing wrong with him at all. But he said, I don't want to look all wrinkly, so I'm going to do it now. Thinking about charities, often people have charities that they prefer to rather than bringing flowers. So having a chance to think about that in advance, and maybe even contacting people at the charity so that you can explain if there's specifics about what you'd like to do with that money. Am I okay with the sound here? Tell me if I need to do anything different. It keeps on echoing at me. Trying to make a decision about whether you want to be buried or cremated, and other details as well. My father-in-law died recently, and there was a big conflict between my husband and his brother about whether they were going to be pallbearers or not. Like, that was such a silly thing to have an argument about at a time like that when everyone should be together. So if he'd said, actually, I would like you both to be, or I would like you not to be, would have been really helpful, because then there'd have been no discussion about what he might or might not have wanted. And there's a lot of other details as well, like whether there's going to be hymns or what kind of music there's going to be. My father-in-law had Bring Me Sunshine. I don't know if there's probably quite a few English people here, but if anyone remembers Morecambe and Wise, at the end of the Morecambe and Wise, there was the Bring Me Sunshine song. So that was one of the songs at the funeral. And then things like the memorial, whether you're going to have a bench or an urn or whatever. All things which are quite useful to plan ahead. People, once they've actually been through the process of doing that planning, they can then shelve it and say, okay, done that, don't have to think about it anymore. It's kind of like driving a car, knowing that you've got insurance. You've done it, you can relax, and doing it doesn't necessarily make it happen, but it certainly helps make you feel more relaxed about it should the time come when it is necessary. And knowing that your survivors will feel comfortable that they actually honored your wishes, and did what you wanted, that's something that's really important. So, looking at all sorts of different funerals that you can have these days, the variety is endless. There's a huge movement towards having home funerals. There's all sorts of ways of doing it. Some people can be put in an urn under a tree. Other people can build their own coffins. You can see a variety of different ones there, and you can kind of guess how people think they might die. You're not allowed to be put into the Viking longship and set fire to and floated out into the sea, unfortunately. That's actually against the law, but you can at least have the spirit of. So moving on from funerals, I wanted to spend most of the rest of this little section of the day talking about living wakes, which is the bit that you actually get to enjoy. So this is a goodbye party. It's your opportunity to say the things that you maybe would like to think that people really appreciated, like saying thank you. I love you. You remember when we did that camping trip, and remember when you got drunk and fell out of that tree, and all these stories that really made an impact on your life and are very memorable. Being able to remind people about the fun you've had and the things that you appreciate about them. These are things which are really important to people, and having an opportunity to do them in person is really quite a gift. And remember, you don't have to just have one. I have an expert who... So? First annual, exactly, yeah. John said he was going to call it the first annual because he had no idea when he was going to die, but he thought that it was a possibility at some point in the next 2 to 3 years. So he thought, why don't you just get in ahead and have the first one, and then if he has to have another one, that's great, opportunities for another one. And I thought that was a really lovely idea. He actually didn't quite make the second annual. He died just a few weeks before. He would have had another one, but it was he really felt that it was of huge importance to him, and his wife particularly enjoyed having had the opportunity for him to do it. Another one I'd like to be about is, sorry, this keeps cutting in and out. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Yeah. Derek Miller, who's another of my ex-patients, he has a blog, and this is all stuff taken from his blog, which is available on the internet. And if any of you want to look at more of Derek's work, it's under the name Pen Machine. So if you Google Derek Miller Pen Machine, you can read his blog. And it went on for quite a number of years as he was living with his illness and his young family. And it included his living wake that I can shout if you want and just nix the mic. That's okay. So hello, 1, 2, 3, we're there again. You can read it here. I'm not going to go through the details, but Derek described his living wake together. Maybe that will help. Okay, so he had his living wake at the Waldorf Hotel, which is a fairly iconic institution in Vancouver. They have the tiki room downstairs. He had a lot of his friends. He was drumming in a band, and he had a lot of his music friends that came out for this event. And as you can see, they also invited the Odds, who were a well-known Vancouver band. And they really picked a perfect venue because they got the size right. They wanted to make sure that everybody that they wanted to come could be there, so it wouldn't be too crowded. But they also didn't want something sort of to be cavernous and so many people that he wouldn't get a chance to meet and talk with them all. So remember, it was a week awake, and not just a party. This was a special occasion. It wasn't just like a sort of an anniversary thing. And one of the issues with I've found certainly in Vancouver is trying to get commitment from people to show up for things is a huge challenge. And so he had to be ready to be flexible with the numbers. So maybe some people that he didn't think was going to come that could come, and other people that he thought were coming wouldn't be able to at the last minute. So they had to keep everything nice and flexible. They had to be prepared for a few surprises, and he certainly did have some really nice surprises. People that he thought that wouldn't really care or wouldn't think it was an important thing to whom actually did come, and he was thrilled to bits with it. He didn't rush it. He had plenty of time. He made time over the evening to make sure it wasn't all too rushed. He planned carefully, and one of the things that's really important when you're trying to arrange a big event is to make sure that all your medical stuff is taken care of. You don't want to suddenly become unwell or exhausted during an event. So we had a practice run, and I gave him some prescriptions. I gave him some medications which would enable him to get more energy. It was a little bit of a stimulant just so he didn't run out of steam halfway through. And rather than try it for the first time on the night, we practiced it 2 or 3 times beforehand so that he knew exactly how long he'd be able to go for and when he was going to need to rest. And it went really well. He had his nap as planned and figured out what he was going to do with his diet and made it all work really well. He went up and had a rest, but then he came down and even played the drums. And this is a guy who was, was probably 80 pounds at that time, and he was playing the drums, and it was just fantastic. And he paid for it the next day, but he hadn't planned to do anything the next day because he knew that he was going to be tired, and so he just rested and made a really good recovery. And afterwards, he was able, through his blog that everybody he knew was following, he was able to thank them for attending, and I think that was really important. So there was another one that I'd like to just describe to you. This is not somebody I know, but this is somebody who had posted on their blog on the internet about their living wake, which is a little bit different. It was somebody who decided to have the living wake in their home. And they had just over 100 people, so a little bit smaller. And it was a really wonderful event, as you can see from her quote up there. She just couldn't believe how truly blessed we are. What an opportunity for somebody to receive all those tributes. How many people would like to be at their own funerals? We say nice things about people once they've gone. They're actually gone, but wouldn't it be nice for us to be able to say those things actually to their face and make them really feel appreciated and loved? A living wake isn't like a birthday party. There will be some tears, and that's part of the experience. But they're good tears, they're happy tears, and it is something that needs to be anticipated and not shied away from. You can see from the comments there, it's definitely something that she would highly recommend. So just using those sort of 3 little stories there, planning your living wake, it's important if you are thinking of doing this to pick a place that you're most comfortable with and that it works for you. I mean, if you're a keen sailor, use the sailing club. If you're a keen golfer, use the golf club. If there's all sorts of places that people like to go. If you've always had a favorite restaurant, maybe that restaurant would be the place you'd like to host it. But don't go for something which is new and different, where you might have a little bit of unknown to worry about. Try and go with something you're really comfortable with, and do what you find fun. I mean, if your idea of fun is to have, a big dance, or to have a swing band, or a jazz quartet, do the things that you want to do. Don't worry too much about what other people want, because this is about you. And have a practice run to make sure that you've got it all working well, because you don't want to be nervous. It's a bit like organizing a wedding. You do actually need to have a rehearsal. I went to one wedding, actually my cousin, and the vicar was a new vicar, and he was very nervous, and his hands were shaking up the front here. He said, "We are gathered today to witness the joining in holy matrimony of Alan and Linda," and it was actually Hilary and John. And the bride's father just about exploded and leant forward, and then said, "Excuse me," and then he had to go off into the back and have all the paperwork changed. Planning is really important. And then just a note about the cost. Remember how much you would be going to spend on a funeral. If you're having a living wake, don't be cheap. You want to have fun, so make sure you do go to town on it. And don't try and do it on your own. Just like organizing this event today, it's taken a team of volunteers. And if any one person was responsible for organizing everything, it would be too much. So try to spread it around. And it's actually a gift to be allowed to help. Often people really want to do something. So don't be nervous about asking people to do tasks. Organize the medications, as I mentioned, time and space and the rest. And one thing that's really nice to do is, because those of you who've probably been to weddings and the day's just gone by so fast and you feel like you didn't get a chance to see everybody, someone take photographs or videos, and then you can look at them later and share them with other people. So time, I often get asked about this when I'm talking about living wakes, as well, when should I have it? Because I don't want to have it too soon, because otherwise then people will assume I died right afterwards, and then it'll be embarrassing if I bump into them in Safeway. But if I leave it too late, then I might be really sick, and people will be frightened to come because they don't want to see me, feeling sick. And so I think the most important thing to do is just go for it. As soon as you decide that there's a possibility that you might not be around in a year or so, I would say just go for it. And if you want to have another one because you live longer than expected, then that's all the better. Remember, though the day should be around what you're comfortable with, it's actually your gift to your loved ones to be able to participate in that with you. It should be something for fun. And then just the last thing, for a bit of homework, if anybody's interested in listening to some really great music, there's a song called The Last Will and Testament of Jake Thackeray, which you can go to on YouTube. It's absolutely hilarious if anyone's thinking about planning a funeral or a living wake. Listen to Jake's take on it. It's really good. At one point, I did try to organize having this put out on the computer, but the technical aspects of having that are just completely beyond me. So I now just tell people about it so they can go to it themselves. I've got a little bit of time to answer any questions if anyone has any. Has anyone here had a living wake or been to a living wake? John? Do you want to just tell us briefly about that?
I had a friend who lived actually in one of the American San Juans, and he knew he was going to, his life was going to end in a few months. So he had a 60th and last birthday party in a beautiful field. And his birthday happened to be on July 4th, so his 60th and last birthday party. And he had blues bands and smokers, and he'd lived on Orcas Island for a long time, and it was a bunch of people who had survived as hippies, a lot of gray-haired hippies attending. But it was really a lot of fun, and he was riding around in a golf cart. It was full of love. It was just beautiful and very sad, but very joyous too. Great occasion.
I promised Pippa I wouldn't talk because I was a pain in the neck when she was lecturing at another event for OSJ. Anyway, I was diagnosed 18 months ago with stage 3 ovarian cancer and metastasized with, I don't know, grown-up medical words. Anyway, pancreatic nodes and celiac axil and all sorts of things. So I went to the cancer clinic and they gave me fantastic chemo, and my whole life has been horses and manure. So I decided to relate my trip through chemo as a horse race, and I called it the Chemo Stakes, and I sent out bulletins to poor people who were subjected to this diatribe. And the Grand National was on, and then I called myself the Mayor Hilarious. And so this went on, and people put up with it, and occasionally you couldn't get your chemo because your blood's a bit wonky. So then I'd say the mayor's out to grass, and this, that, and the other. And anyway, at the end, I thought, I've finished my chemo in September. I better say thank you to all the people who helped me. Two things happen, and all of you who've had hiccups in your life know this. The people closest to you sometimes aren't a great help. And others who are in a way, way out ripple circle suddenly come in and fill the void. Amazing. So I said to Patrick, do you think we could have a bash to thank all the people who helped me on this journey? So there are friends here who I didn't, well, maybe it didn't help, but anyway, I didn't include you. So I had this thing called the Chemo Stakes Party, and we dressed, they were invited to come in horse gear, ascot ladies in big hats, top hats, the whole thing. People rented outfits. I wish they'd given the money to the cancer clinic. But anyway, and so that was the theme throughout the evening. And I did it at the yacht club because we're kind of, I have a wedding ring, which is a horseshoe and an anchor, which means good luck when you're sinking. So we did that there. And when I went to arrange the food, the catering manager said, well, you could have this or that. And I said, no, we don't want to be too mingy, but I can't bankrupt my husband either. So she said, here's the ideal thing to have. Guess what it was called? The Wake. That was what the menu was called at the yacht club. So I thought, perfect. So anyway, so just what Pippa said, and I said to Patrick, thank you, because now we don't have to bother with any of this nonsense at the end. And it was really, really a lovely thing to do. And I'm not dead yet, and I go every 3 months to the cancer clinic, and they tell you if you're alive or dead. And I'm hoping they'll tell me the former for a long time.
I'd like to ask a question. Excuse me. what I'm interested in is what's called the green burial. I don't know if people have heard about that, probably have. I know that wasn't on the list. I've done some research into it, and there is a funeral director in Victoria who does that. And if you're not familiar with it, this funeral director does an ordinary, normal, and but two kinds of green burials. One is where you are not exactly sure what happens, but you're put in a wooden box, and no fancy normal, so it will rot, and then you will rot too. And then the third one is where he has a field that's planted with beautiful flowers, I understand, and this is the least expensive one. And you don't get your own cairn. On the second one you do, on the first one I guess, and you don't get your own cairn or stone, but there's a little item there that says, in this plot are X number of people, and their names are given, our names are given. For me, it's very fascinating. There's thesis at McGill on Joseph II, very enlightened monarch and totally scientific. He forbade the traditional where people are dressed up in great, beautiful clothes and then put into the ground. He thought that was wasteful, and the peasants couldn't afford it, he said, so he passed a law that said everybody from now on will simply be buried in the churchyard or field, and in the ground, and that we will throw some kind of lime, over the body so it disintegrates more quickly. Very, very logical, rational, but the people didn't like it. He had to send the army in to enforce it, and the women made a path in front of the gate there that no soldier could enter their village. Anyways, that was intrigued me always since I did that work. Anyway, so I would like to know a lot more about this if anybody of you know, and proceed on that way. No, I'm in contact with him, but if there's anything else in Lower Mainland or in Vancouver.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know that there has been that there's a bio urn that you can get, which is advertised on the internet. So if you don't have an organization locally where you are based, you can order these things and do them yourself, and they're sort of biodegradable. You have the cremation, and you put the ashes in the bottom of the urn, and you put the soil or the peat or whatever on top of it, and it comes with a seed, and then you can plant it in your garden after a certain period of time, and then the tree roots grow down through the ashes. So there's a whole variety of different ways of doing things. And the internet, though, I never encourage people to go to the internet for medical advice. The internet is actually a very good source of information about funerals and wakes, exactly, yeah. So, question at the back. I'm sorry about this, I'm having to run back and forward with this, but I think it is working reasonably well.
Story about a living wake? It's not a question. Sure. Okay. Hi, I went to what was a living wake for a friend of mine. It was also what he thought of as his final birthday party when he was 80. He's 84 now and doing fine. And at the time he had the party, he does have stage 4. Somehow it's working. He's on a special drug and he's okay. But it was a great party. I wanted to mention one thing he did was wrote out something he'd really like to say, thanking his friends and everything, and he printed it up and had a little plexiglass thing that held it up so that people, as they milled through his house, because when you're there, you don't necessarily say all that heartfelt stuff right there. You're like, hi, wasn't it great when you fell out of the tree, that sort of thing. So people were able to read that, and there was a guest book, and they could sign things. So then, he thought he shouldn't have one the next year, but the second year running, he had like his second annual or whatever, And another thing I wanted to say, he has told me it really brought so much into his life, because it brought people even closer. They weren't as afraid to say things they found meaningful with him. And finally, I didn't know it was going to go on so long, but now he writes a periodic email update. And finally, I guess I'm a real fan of his, he started building a memorial chapel for himself in the woods where he lives, a little chapel that would be a place of just little kiosk, kind of. And now it's a meditation place that he's going to sit and read and look at the ocean. So thank you.
I know people that also make their own coffins. How are we doing for time? Are we okay for some more? Or maybe we can chat in the break? We're on time? Okay. John. I have to give this back to you, then you can talk.
Actually, we are on time. And
We're all good? Okay, we got time for one more? Excellent.
Thank you. My wife Janice and I are members of the 8 Bells Club at the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. And the result of that is that after a ceremony in the clubhouse, and after cremation, the ashes are taken out in a yacht, followed by several, and you can watch it from the yacht club or from heaven, and your ashes are spread. And we think that's a wonderful idea, but Pippa, you got me concerned because I thought you said something about the legality of dumping ashes in the sea.
It's not about dumping the ashes. It's, the old Viking funerals where they put the actual body in the boat and then set fire to it and then push it out into the sea. That's not allowed. You have to be fully cremated, properly cremated, so there's nothing left for the fish. Yeah. Become fish food, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pippa Hawley. Please give her a big hand. How civilized, how courageous, and how thoughtful to others, because really it is so helpful. It's such a genuinely beautiful thing to give to others, to be prepared and to accept the responsibility for final moments. So thank you very much. But not everybody feels so comfortable around this. And there's the question, what can I say? What do I say? And this is about communication skills, and that's our next guest. So John Christopherson, he's worked as a clinical counselor at the BC Cancer Agency since 1999. And is a member of the pain and symptom and palliative care team for most of that time. He considers himself to have some expertise in communication, although I believe his children are not unanimous in that. Hello. Hello. Okay, keep going. But he believes that human communication is not something you ever master, but it's something you're always learning. So, as well as counseling, he's also trained in mediation. Now, I asked, we were just chatting a little earlier, and he let slip something, which I'm going to be the first to announce, I think, is that his daughter has been sitting on this information that she's pregnant, and he just got permission today to give that information. So we're talking about the end of life, and we're talking about the beginning of life and the beautiful circle of it all. Thank you. Please welcome John Christopherson.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Your Worship. I'm going to actually say a few things first, or respond to a few things. In a previous life, I was at a Marine background, and actually, if you want to spread somebody's ashes at sea, there's about 35 permits you have to get. So it's better to act first and apologize later. There's actually a rock out by somewhere past Gibson's on the other side of Gambier Island where professional mariners are often laid to rest, and that's what they told me. Like, no, don't ask for permission. You're just going to get yourself in. It's too much work. The other thing before I start my talk is there's an organization in Canada called the Canadian Virtual Hospice, and they're involved in a lot of things around end of life, obviously. And they put together this thing called livingmyculture.ca, and they've gone to had conversations on care, culture, spirituality, when living with serious illness and grief, and they've gone to different ethnic communities from 11 different cultural communities to ask their stories. So it's sort of getting a cultural perspective on how people in other cultures deal with all this stuff you guys are dealing with. And again, it's livingmyculture.ca. And I also want to remark that this is one of the most comfortable, relaxed conversations I've been in about death, the conversation we're having today, so it's really great to see. So with that, I'm going to launch into my talk. First thing is, I don't know what to say. What a great opener for a speech. I was just going to say, I don't know what to say. Any questions? So what I'm going to talk about are difficult conversations. And what is a difficult conversations? Usually ones that are emotion laden because of the content and context. The content may be something ticklish and sensitive, like someone may be seriously ill or dying. The context may be you're introducing bad news, or maybe a sad event or time. And often we kind of dance around it, but it's the elephant in the room. You know that feeling that happens when you're talking about everything but that which is really foremost in your mind or in other people's minds. So as His Worship, Mr. Sullivan, said, I've been a counselor for about 17 years, and I've worked with patients, families, other healthcare professionals, often dealing with serious illness, often making that transition into end of life. I'm a professional counselor with training in mediation, conflict resolution. I say that not to boast, but I bring this up because I think I can claim some expertise and competence in having difficult conversations. But to be honest, I don't know what to say either. I don't have the magic words. And when those conversations are difficult, because I'm often afraid you're talking about impending loss, or simply maybe just feeling emotionally uncomfortable, or afraid of saying the wrong thing, or maybe a subject that's too close to home, or it just simply feels awkward. So what I want to help you guys do today, and what I've learned how to deal with when I don't know what to say, is I want to increase your capacity and comfort in talking to people who may be dealing with something hard, maybe even your own illness. I want to give you permission to be curious. Like, what's it like to be you right now? I want to increase your capacity to be close to others who may be going through difficult times. And, you know, the whole not knowing what to say, I want to give you permission to make mistakes. After all, you're human. And I guess the most important thing, I want to help you become more comfortable with your own discomfort. So, as I said, doing this for a living, I still have anxiety of what to say. As a professional, I guess this is part of my job. I'm used to it. And it's just a normal part of that conversation if it's a hard one. Because often what we're talking about are profound. It's about life and death and profound loss. So what do you say? Well, I think the most important thing, the first thing to know is your presence is more important than what you say, being there. To quote Woody Allen, 80% of the success in life is just showing up. So I'll tell you something about presence. A couple of weeks ago, I was at a celebration of life for a friend. He lived, died at a good age, and one of his adult daughters was giving the eulogy. She told stories about what a great dad he was and all the fun they had and all the things they did. But she said, at the end, she sort of concluded, but besides that, what was most important was I always knew he was there. I could always rely on him. So at the end, she didn't talk about what he did, but how he was. Her dad had nailed the art of being. I learned much about presence when working with inpatients, many who are making the transition from active treatment to end of life, or were already there. And what I saw working with people was really important for them to have close people around. But they didn't need to be involved in an intimate, important, profound conversation. Often the family member was just dozing in the corner. We have these sort of chairs that slide out, like a easy chair. They'd be, it might have been a daughter, granddaughter working on their laptop or dozing, but it's just that presence. And at your home, it may be just hearing the sound of somebody in another room doing kitchen work or watching TV. So your presence is really important. So what about going beyond showing up? What's the secret of a good connection? How can you improve your connection? So it's about giving full attention, not worrying about what you'll say. You can just be curious, like, I'm wondering how you're doing with all this. Just paying attention demonstrates that you care. Don't try and fix things. Meet people where they are. Let them lead. And match their emotion. If someone says their life sucks, I've often sat in my office and listened to people tell them where they are right now and what's going on in their life. In the end, I'll just say, God, your life really sucks. And it's like, sort of give me a look like, you get it. Like if I walked up in the street and said to somebody, I think your life sucks, I wouldn't get that reaction. But it's really, just this sort of feedback. Yeah, it does. That's really important to hear. And accept that you cannot fix it. I'll tell another story about, I had a student a few years ago, and she was doing finishing a master's degree, had to do a practicum, and I wanted to work with her because she had great qualifications. I thought she'd fit right in and maybe do some of my work for me. So she came and she was very enthusiastic, but I noticed after a couple of weeks she started to back off. I'd suggest, why don't you go see such and such a patient or go to such and such a clinic? And she said, no, I think I need to read some more. I need to read that article on such and such. And I thought, something's going on here. Finally, I said, like, what's going on? She said, well, I just feel so inadequate. And my response to her was, good, you are. We aren't capable of fixing things. And once I said that, once I sort of gave her the freedom and the license to be inadequate, she was fine. She could go sit with people and do what she needed to do. And, bearing witness is incredibly powerful, even when the situation remains difficult. And if words fail, sometimes I don't know what to do. You can just say, like, I'm so sorry, or even, I don't know what to say right now, or I wish I knew what to say right now. And not every, as I keep going on, I'm repeating myself about this, but not every conversation has to be deep and meaningful. Or they can be actually unexpectedly meaningful. I had another patient who was, this oncologist said, we gave me a referral to see this patient because he had not a good cancer that was going to take his life in the next year or so, and he was married with a kid. He said, I think you need to go talk to the guy about, thinking about the end of his life and talk about meaningful stuff and how he wants. Anyways, I went to meet the guy, and usually he was an inpatient, and I usually start with a sort of casual conversation, just about nothing, and we sort of started, started talking about the Canucks. The poor guy. It turned out he was a rabid Canucks fan. This is back in the days when Brian Burke was the general manager. And that's all we ever talked about. We had and I met him countless times, and I would try and sort of steer, but what does this mean to you? You're not going to live forever, whatever. And it would just, well, I really think the Sedins are sort of, going to do such. And we talked about that, and he was from out of town, and he came back a couple of times, and that's all we really talked. I've never known so much about the Canucks in my life, and actually he actually got me kind of interested in them. And when at the end of his life, his wife said, your connection was so important to him, and we never went beyond the Canucks. So, that's what worked. So, what about when maybe all of us, are at a place where we just want to just complain, want to vent and complain? Like, how do you deal with that? What's appropriate? Who can we vent to? Can you go visit somebody who's in a hospital bed, who's really terminally ill, and start talking about how hard it was to get there today and how hard it was to park, and I got to pay my income tax, and, I get really upset looking at you because you look so terrible. Like, what can you say to people? What do you deal with stuff like that? So in doing the research for this, I learned about something new for me, and it's something called the kvetching circle. Do you know, anybody know what kvetching means? Kvetching is a Yiddish term for a verb, and it means, in quotes, to whine and piss and moan. So when dealing with somebody with a grave illness, there's a protocol of kvetching rights. So I'm going to give you the sort of the structure, and then I'll give you the rules. So the structure is, imagine a circle, and the middle is the person who's and draw another circle around that one, and the person closest to them, it might be a spouse or an adult child or whoever, is the next person in the next circle. And this concentric circle's going out. So that, then you repeat the process as many times you need. In each outer, as you put an outer ring, you put the next closest people, parents and children before more distant relatives, intimate friends in smaller rings, less intimate friends in larger rings. So now we've created the structure, a bunch of concentric circles. So the rule, now we've got that structure, is that the person in the center can say anything he or she wants to anyone, anywhere. He or she can kvetch and complain and whine and moan and complain that life is unfair and why me until the cows come home. That's one benefit of being in the center ring. You can say anything. And everybody else can moan and kvetch as well, but only to those in larger rings. So when you're talking to someone in the smaller ring, the goal is to help. Listening is likely the best way to help. Avoid saying, that reminds me of when. But if you're going to open your mouth, ask yourself what you're going to say, if it's going to bring comfort and support. If not, keep your mouth closed. Don't give advice. Give comfort and support. Say, I'm sorry, or this must be really hard for you, or can I make you a casserole? Don't say, you should hear what happened to me, or here's what I would do if I were you. Like, you should have gone to the gym more often or something. And don't say, this is really bringing me down. It was really fun actually researching and seeing all the inappropriate things to say. It was kind of fun. If you need to complain, if you want to tell someone how shocked you are, how icky you feel, or whine about all the terrible things that have happened to you lately, that's fine. It's normal. Just do it to someone in a bigger ring. The rule is comfort in, dump out. And you probably are experiencing a lot of stuff you'd like to talk to somebody about what that's bringing up for you, and it's important to find somebody. Probably you already know this. Almost none of us would complain to the patient how rotten he or she looks. Almost none of us would say that looking at him reminds us of the fragility of life and our own closeness to death. So I think this concept simply expands on your own intuition and emotional intelligence. And don't worry, you'll get your own turn in the inner ring. That's one thing we can count on. So I've in their handout, there's a list of handouts, I sort of big board and stole from wherever. There's lists everywhere on the internet of things not to say and instructions on how to talk to people. So that's all in your handout. And so there's a whole bunch of sort of rules, things you should or shouldn't say. I just want you to know that I probably violated most of those. I've got down here a handout on this. Rules are made to be broken. I've sort of learned a maxim in the last 20 years that's really helped me live my life. I've always used to sort of try and avoid doing the wrong thing and making mistakes and be scared of it and then feeling bad when I did. But a maxim that freed me is about life. Life is not what you do, it's what you do next. I often think, okay, I'm in this situation, what do I have to do next? It might be just, okay, walk away, or it might be I have to apologize, whatever. And it's great because it allows me to make mistakes, but carry on. So thank you. Questions? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you told me to ask a question.
Thank you for that. I am listening to it, especially the Canuck fellow, never mentioning anything at all about anything else in life and you not being able to broach any other topic. Did you ever think of saying to him, don't you realize you're skating on thin ice?
No, I needed you there. But to give the Canucks some, what's the word, some credit, one of the things I asked them, I said, you know, is there anything I can do for you? Like, and usually it's something like, could you tell my wife or whatever? Could you, you know? He said, do you think you can get me in to see Brian Burke, who was the manager then, to speak to him? And I said, well, I don't know. So I phoned the Canucks. I sort of just called and I ended up talking to a PR person, and they actually got him in. The PR person first said, he's not, it was, the Canucks had a pretty good season that year. It was, I don't know how many years ago. But the playoffs had just finished. So he said, well, we don't want somebody to come in and just like spend an hour telling Brian Burke what he should have done. And I said, okay, no. Anyways, Brian Burke spent an hour with him. It was really cool. Like, it was really kind of made his day. It was, yeah. Any more questions? Any? Everybody know what kvetch means?
The kvetch is a beautiful image. I think your talk is pivotal in terms of where our culture really needs some major education. And I'm very thankful for what you had to say today. Thanks.
I think if there's anything I want to give you, it's permission. Permission to be curious, permission to speak, permission to make mistakes, permission to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. That was very, very informative. I think about a little lesson that I learned and I've been thinking about for a while. And one of it was catalyzed by the death of Rob Ford. And I wrote a little paper on how Rob Ford taught me how to love. And I was thinking about how he was so, people had a lot of nice things to say about him. And then all this flood of nice things came out of people. And Socrates once said, remember when you deal with people, they are mortal and they will die, And I thought, wow, if we could learn to love the people we, don't really like because we're aware of their mortality, that's an interesting thing. Everyone we meet, we all know that all of us are terminal. We just don't know when, That's the only difference between us, is we're just not sure when, And so anyways, interesting about the words that you had to say. So I'm going to introduce our next guest, and this is more on the theme of the bucket list. And she's the president of, you're not the president, that's right. Well, she's a very important person. How about that? Yes, and she has a company and a group that helps people with disabilities. Now, if there's anybody in this room that knows about disabilities, it's Hillary Oswald, and the work she's done with riding for the disabled. And very close behind her is Patrick Oswald, who served on the board of the group one of the groups that I started, and he helped people with getting out into the wilderness and sailing. And of course, he was involved with the Vancouver Royal Yacht Club, who sponsored the sailboat. And so Patrick, want to just honor you for your work, and also you, Hillary, for the many things that you've done for people with disabilities. Now, my disability is very, there's a nice aspect to it because I got the disability all at once, whack. And, I was 19 years old. I could sort of recover mentally and such. The difficult is the disabilities that are invisible. People always give me a lot of extra room because, it's quite visible. but also I got a chance to accommodate to it, and it was there, and I got years and years to get used to it. The difficult is the ones where disability is gradual, and you're discovering new disabilities you have, and that is often with aging, that people will experience that kind of experience. So now, our next guest is Alex Yates, and she was born in Kenya. She's a Kenyan. Yeah, and she, she's traveled. She was 20 years. She was shuttling back and forth to Africa and the UK. 32 years ago, she emigrated to Canada, has lived on the West Coast ever since, and she's been a travel advisor for 17 years and has traveled to almost 50 countries. And so far, and she has a 28-year-old son who has cerebral palsy and uses a wheelchair. And interesting enough, he's a twin, and the other son does not have a disability. And so very interesting research that she can do on people and how they react to things. And but she's had a person with disability or medical needs. She's wanted to travel with them and help others. And she has become more and more of a specialist in this area. Now 80% of her business is for people with disabilities who want to travel. And I know, I'm so glad I'm meeting you, because I got lots of questions for you. But, people with mobility challenges, and of course, as we age, we get more of those. And so she has a lot of information on this. And so I'm very, very honored and pleased to have Alex Yates. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to try and use this microphone. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. If the Englishness is too much, just let me know and I'll try and do it in English. Yeah. Thank you very much for the Vancouver Foundation, Vancouver Hospice, letting me come and talk to you all. I'm actually not the it says on your form that I'm the president of Vision Travel. Now, I might like to do that because they have 500 travel agents across Canada, and I don't know, $650 million a year in business. So we'd all like that, but I'm actually not that. I'm actually the director of Expand Your World Travel, which is we're a subsidiary of Vision Travel, and my partner, who lives in Ottawa, and I run a company that just focuses on travel for people who require extra support to travel. And although my past experience is definitely in the world of disabilities, what I'm finding is that the things I learned helping people to travel who have disabilities are completely applicable to people who are aging, people who need hip replacement, people whose knees don't work as well as they used to, people who have medical conditions that require extra support, and people who are just aging and just don't want to do it on their own. And so what we've started focusing on is not necessarily just people with disabilities. So, our motto is travel where no one gets left behind at home. Okay, so I have a saved thing. Oh, there we go, look at that. So, so I had this little vision of me as a fairy godmother who comes along and waves fairy dust to everyone and makes people's dreams come true. And so this is me and my business partner Janet as fairy godmother. So between the two of us, we have 37 years experience as travel advisors. And what we've really been focusing on is creating contacts worldwide with people who can support us. And I'm really astonished that, in an age where we've got an aging population, not more people are focusing on this as an issue. However, I do have some extraordinary suppliers around the world that can do things like take people in wheelchairs around Pompeii, and there are actual sailboats out there that are completely wheelchair accessible, and they take a number of guests on the sailboat, and they help learn how to sail the boat, like tour so that what I can do is then customize travel towards that. And so the largest enclosed travel agency in Vancouver. We're also members of Virtuoso, which is a networking organization that's kind of banded together all the best travel companies in the world, suppliers in the world, like cruise lines and hotels, and put them under a banner called Virtuoso. And if anyone books a Virtuoso supplier with me, the supplier gives them extras. So if you're in a hotel that's a Virtuoso hotel, you'll get a credit and you get an upgrade and you get free breakfast and those kind of things. But no extra money, which is very cool. Okay, let's see if this works now. Okay, I actually didn't want to say this. What we've got on this slide is in your binder, or your piece of paper, you've got all my slides written down here. So I have some slides which are really just cheap slides, so I don't forget to say things. So I'm just going to quickly go through that one. And I just want to tell you some stories about some of the people who've helped travel. So first, you see the two people in fun hats. So these, let me just see, I don't want to mess up the names. So Nancy, who's the lady who says you only live once, wanted to go on a trip with a really good friend of hers, and it was a particularly special trip because we actually rented or chartered an entire ship, which was a National Geographic going to the island. And the person you're seeing, the gentleman who she's standing next to, is Robert Bateman. And Robert Bateman actually went on this trip with all of her clients, and she really, really wanted to go with her best friend. And she lives just outside Calgary, and her best friend lives on the island. But she has early stage dementia, and was really a little worried about how she was going to manage all the travel on her own. So we actually arranged for her to fly to Calgary from her hometown, and then she had to stay overnight in Calgary. And my son, who lived in Calgary at the time, picked her up at the airport, took her to the hotel she was staying there overnight, made sure she was all settled and comfortable, and then came back in the morning and picked her up and took her back to the airport to connect with her plane. And then I had arranged that everywhere she got, she would get what we call meet and greet by the airlines, which essentially they put you in a wheelchair and move you from place to place so you don't get lost. Fabulous service. And so she was able to go and spend, it was pretty much 2 weeks in Glasgow with her friends and with Robert Bateman. That was really exciting. It was a brilliant trip. And then on the right we have a Hawaiian cruise ship. And this was a lady who lived in Ottawa who had just had a hip replacement. And she couldn't sit for a room for a long time, but she wanted to take her children and her grandchildren on a trip to Hawaii for Christmas. So we sorted out the only airline that has the lie flat beds in first class that flies from New York City to Hawaii. And we got her fitted out so that she would have a lie flat bed, so she could go to Hawaii with her family. And they had an absolutely amazing trip. So sometimes you just have to kind of think out of the box a bit. So that's just kind of the way about it. So this again. I like this space thing because it's just right. Anyway. So some of the other things we do, the way we help support people is we can hire personal support workers for people. The lady being kissed by the seal there, every year she does a trip with a young woman who has disabilities, and the two of them go places together. And she supports this young woman, but what she's actually been able to do is hook her up with another person who requires support, so that they kind of share her support services, and it means it's much less expensive. She goes as part of a group, and then she gets to share the costs, so it's not ridiculous. And in fact, there's a lot. we've got a lovely add-on story to this. The person she supports, who has an intellectual disability, called her and had been contacted by some people who they travelled with the year before, who don't have any disabilities. They're just people they sat at the table with on a cruise ship, saying, "Oh, we're going on this Disney cruise. You guys should come too, and we'll be at the same table together." So it was because she had a support worker with her who was kind of facilitating the conversation. She made friends that lasted more than one cruise, which was quite lovely. And then that's actually the picture that the Disney picture came from of myself and my friend Janet. We do host the trips every year. And in fact, at the back on one of the tables, there's free flyers for the free hosted trips we did in 2016. If anyone can turn our talk that way, a little bit more. And what we do when we do a hosted trip is we do all the back-end research to make sure that we have everything arranged that anyone might need prior. So we plan the cruises around the kind of support services people might need, so we know that we can actually do those things in those particular places. And then we also go with. And our intention is not that we will be personal support workers for people. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But what we do is we do the back end stuff. So we're just there to make sure that people's holidays go perfectly and smooth out anything difficult and make all the phone calls to make sure everything's arranged. And if anything gets messed up, then we're there to fix it. So we do that 3 times a year. Well, this year it's 3 times, last year it was 4 times. But we actually have to stay home and look after our families and do work and stuff. So we can't be away all the time, sadly. So, some other things we've done over the last couple of years. The lovely story is just, and I know burning question for everyone is always insurance. We will talk insurance. So the family picture, the Disney family picture there, the one with the whole family. There's a young man wearing a Disney cap. His name is James. And James has had 65 neurosurgeries so far. He has a condition called hydrocephalus, which means he gets excess fluid in his brain. And they have these little shunt machines that take the fluid away from his brain underneath the skin. And they block up all the time. So he's constantly going into the hospital for surgery, which means he doesn't exactly qualify for regular insurance. So his mother and I have been friends for a very long time, and she said to me, "I really want to take my whole family to Disneyland. I really want to do it. But I'm really worried about James because he won't qualify for any kind of medical insurance because he has a pre-existing condition." I said, "Okay, so how much time do you have before you know he's getting sick and you need surgery?" And she said, oh, I know about 24 hours before it's going to happen because his breath starts to smell different. Okay, good, because we can get you home from Disneyland fast enough to have that happen. And I have, in fact, brochures for this company. This is a company that does like medical evacuations. So you join this private club, and it's not very expensive, and they have about 6 medically equipped jets positioned all around the world. And you call and say you need to go home. Yeah, those ones. You call and say you need to go home, and within 24 hours they guarantee to come pick you up and take you home. No questions asked. As long as a doctor is not performing active CPR on you, they'll get you home. The medical jet is serious. Or if it's a little too late, they will bring home your remains. And they will also bring home the person you're with. And the jets it's a complete medical jet with a nurse and doctor on board. And it doesn't cost you any money once you pay for the medical. It's a brilliant, brilliant system. So I pretty much don't let any of my clients travel without it. Just because it's just a you don't care whether you get your money back from your holiday. You just need to be home. So, so James, his mum said, okay, this is it. He's had surgery, seems to be looking really good. Let's do it. And so she didn't say anything to James about his trip until they got to the airport. He thought he was going to the airport to pick up his aunt, who's the lady in the orange shirt. And they got to the airport and he's like, well, you see this extra suitcase we're carrying? This is yours, we're going to Disneyland. And I was in Las Vegas at a big conference and he called me in the middle of the conference as we in the room. So he shrieked, Alex, you're sending me to Disneyland, I'm so excited, thank you. It made me cry, it was fabulous. So they had a really great vacation, we didn't need it, he didn't need to come home by jet, but his parents had the peace of mind of knowing he could come home if he needed it. So the lady with the little girl in the wheelchair who also has a Disney hat on, her name's Katrina, and she has a very, very severe seizure disorder, which has put her into the intensive care ward innumerable times. She's actually followed by the Victoria Hospice Society because she's considered terminally ill. You wouldn't know it from her there, Rose. She looks amazing, huh? Anyway, she was granted a dream through the Help for the Dream Foundation, and we got it all set up for her, and then she ended up in the intensive care. We had to cancel the whole thing out, and then about a year later, her mum said, "Okay, we're ready to try this again." So instead of putting her on a cruise ship, which was my first intention, I just sent her to Disney World. Because it's land, she needs a medical care. If not, if they can just get her home, she could fly and get Disney. Fabulous mother. And they had an extraordinary time. That trip was life-changing for her. Life-changing for her and her mum. Because all she had for such a long time was just, constant in and out of intensive care and managing things. So that was a great story. And then I've got a little golf ball there, because I don't have permission for pictures for Emil and his family. Emil lives in Ottawa and he has cerebral palsy, and he's 15. And he comes from a big French family, and one of his sisters is one of his golf phenoms. She's on the junior PGA tour, and she plays golf every second she breathes, and the family wanted to go away on a trip that included golf. So we found them a cruise on Crystal that actually went around Great Britain from Southampton. So Britain, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales. And every stop, there was an opportunity to go to whatever the most famous golf course was around there. And there's a few in Great Britain. And play golf in these famous golf courses. And there was a PGA player on board the ship. And they're like, oh yeah, but how are we going to deal with Emil? I'm like, we'll get it sorted. So we actually did things with Emil. So when they arrived at their hotel in London, they had 2 days in the hotel in London before they got on the ship, I arranged that all Emil's personal supplies, he has incontinence supplies, all of those were delivered to the hotel for them, so they didn't have to take a giant suitcase full of all this stuff. And I even found I found an amazing supply. He needs bibs for when he's eating, and I actually found a bib that had been decorated with a bow tie and fringe shirt down the front, so that he could look like everyone else that we saw was on board the cruise ship. So, and we arranged for wheelchair accessible excursions at all the ports they went to. And the family was a big family, there were like 12 of them on the ship. So they'd all go off and do their thing, but someone would be able to go do something with Emil rather than just sitting around them. So that was really fun. It was also super expensive. Apparently they arrived in London. I got a call from the supplier who did the transportation for me. He phoned me up, he said, they came with 4 bags. They actually had to hire a taxi to carry all the bags, just bags. So the tours that we're going to be doing this year, I've got 2 in Italy and 1 from Vancouver. So of course the great one about Vancouver is no one's flying anywhere, which is brilliant because it's from Vancouver. But the first one we're doing in June, I'm hosting it, and we're flying into Rome. We're doing 2 days in Rome. And yes, I have suppliers in Rome who can get people all around Rome, including into the catacombs in wheelchairs. And then we're going to Capri and Sicily, and then to Kotor and Montenegro, and Dubrovnik Split, and Ravine, and then 2 days in Venice at the end. And yes, there's a wheelchair accessible gondola. So I'm pretty thrilled about that. And there's ways, actually, everyone thinks Venice can't possibly be wheelchair accessible. And actually, it's pretty good. It's surprisingly good once you know what's out there and how to do it. Yeah, we're doing that. The ship is the Star Breeze, which is a 214 passenger yacht, like a motor yacht. And so they get to go to all the really small ports, and they get to actually park like right at the port rather than somewhere away where there's a place that has much water underneath the ship. Which means that the whole time you're in port, you've got an opportunity to actually do stuff rather than it being travel time to and from. It's great. And two excursions going on this cruise is actually a virtuoso cruise. So virtuoso gives you some choices. First of all, you get a host, which happens to be me. And then and the host will be on the ship and will be kind of just like ensure that the people who are all virtuoso guests get to kind of be a bit of like a internal club together. And so there's a cocktail party. So actually several cocktail parties because I'll be arranging stuff. And there's either a beautiful shore excursion, which is going to be in the and or full credit, or we will arrange an excursion for you, and or so even if you're not going to book with me, go find yourself virtuoso agents. You can find the information for wherever you're living. There's plenty of them in Vancouver at virtuoso.com. And you can find an agent, and you can check out them and decide who would be the right kind of agent for you. So that's our trip in June. And yes, there are still spaces on the ship that I checked this morning. And the flights even aren't too bad price-wise to get there even now. It's this far out. It's still not an insane price for flights. So in July, Jan is going to be hosting an Alaska and Canada West Coast cruise out of Vancouver on Christmas cruises. And again, there's a flyer up there for it. And the picture of the guy in the middle is Nobu. He's one of those celebrity chefs. And the theme for this cruise is all, food. He's going to be taking people to choose food in all the ports and doing special demonstrations. And apparently the food is amazing. And as you can see, he looks pretty jolly. I wouldn't mind hanging out. He looks like it'd be fun. And again, this is a virtuoso sailing. So you get the host, you get the cocktail party, and you get the choice of a benefit. Yeah, so that's in July. And then finally, I'm doing exactly the same itinerary in Italy as I'm doing in June, except the opposite way around. Starting in Venice and ending in Rome. But we're adding into it 6 days prior. We're going to fly into Venice 6 days before the cruise begins. 7 days. 7 days before the cruise starts. And we're going to take buses out into the Veneto, which is the province above Venice, and do food and wine tastings, and go and pick olives, and all the meals are being prearranged. Going with a guy called Steve Duck, who for 10 years worked as a tour guide in Italy, and Tracy Harper, his partner, is a international photographer who just won a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Canadian Photography Association, whatever, I don't know what the company, the organization is, in Calgary. She took her award a week and a half ago. So Steve's going to be teaching her how to speak a little Italian and how to eat and drink really well, and Tracy's going to help people with their photographs. And then we'll get on a cruise and do the same cruise only Italian. And then 2 days in Rome at the end. Now, all that. Okay, so one of the ways to actually get a really reasonably priced trip for yourself is to create your own group. If you have a church group or a knitting group or a book club or a big family or a choir group or any interest group of any sort, and you all like to travel together, bridge groups are good. If anyone's a bridge player, they love to travel together. If you want to talk to us about setting something up, for every, I think it's usually around for every 8 rooms that you fill, the 9th one is free. So we have a lot of groups that are set up by people who want to go travel together, and they get a discount, and then they can use that any way they want to. And we do things for people who don't want to travel with us but have really good ideas about what they've got on their bucket list. So we will obviously do, completely custom trips for people. Which is actually the next slide. I'm almost finished. How am I doing for time?
You're good.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Oh yeah, do your own thing. So in terms of doing your own thing, if you have your own idea and you don't want to share, we can create a custom itinerary for you. A lot of people just don't want to go with a bunch of other people, and we can do amazing things, which I haven't had the guts to do as a group yet, but I probably will at some point. For instance, I now have 3 suppliers in Africa who do wheelchair accessible safaris, which I think is the coolest thing ever. But we could pretty much do anything. I could actually even probably send you out on virtual glasses in space. Because virtual is a supplier for virtual glasses. It'll only cost $20,000. And that's US dollars. But we can do anything. You just have to, it's all a question of time and money. So, and we can also, I wanted to mention this, I can provide some equipment for people. So this gentleman in his rolling wheelchair, his beach wheelchair, we rent things like that for people when they get to places. So we can supply, I've been asked to do things like pressure neutral air beds, the ones that have air that comes up so a person who has pressure sores isn't actually lying on anything but air. So I've supplied that for people, lift equipment, wheelchair accessible vehicles, we've done all of it. I haven't actually had anything yet that I couldn't do. I may have to modify their itinerary to get them what they want, because there are some places in the world that don't get wheelchair accessibility. So, and this is my favorite thing I ever did. This is a gentleman who's quadriplegic, and he doesn't have very much communication. He uses a really cool computer board to communicate, and his dream all his life to go to top-notch teaching. And it wasn't easy, because he has some medical conditions, so we actually had to acclimatize him really slowly to the altitude. So he had several breaks. We had to set him up at kind of those glamping camp kind of four guys who literally carried his wheelchair with him in it up the mountainside. And yes, it was really expensive. But you know what? That was his bucket list item, right? That was the thing he had to do. And every time I see him, he types into his machine, Machu Picchu! It's like, yes, Lamborghini. So, if I'm at, I think I'm done.
Maybe questions? Are there any questions? I have a sure.
Questions?
Hello. Thank you. So informative. I'm still concerned about travel insurance.
Absolutely.
And both Bill and I have pre-existing conditions, and we could not get an extension on by insurance this year. Bill had a pacemaker put in, and it was decided it would be done in California because the flight home probably would have killed him.
Right.
Okay, so we were covered by insurance, but then our 40 days ran out in BC Healthcare, and we had to come back to Vancouver to reset it. Then we returned to California to finish his follow-ups with the cardiologist, and that was not covered by our healthcare because we had been returned to Canada.
Right.
Okay, so but we have a home in California, and we wanted to go back, but we could not get healthcare with this pre-existing condition. I think it's 3 months before we get healthcare again. So, we don't quite know where we're going to go from this.
And I absolutely understand, and it really is a difficulty. And I say to people, there are different agents, different travel insurance companies have different policies around pre-existing conditions. They're all pretty nasty about it, though, and they all have a wait period between you have a pre-existing condition and being stable in that. and actually get people onto planes if they needed that kind of support as well. But also take them between gates and all that stuff. And a lot of the airports have now handed that what's the word? They've contracted it out to other companies to do it. And I am hearing a lot of stories about how wheelchair meet and greet is not successful. Toronto has the most terrible reputation right now. However, there is a service called Airport Butler. And I've used those quite extensively. The one in Vancouver is phenomenal, and all the major airlines now have an airport butler. And so I can hire them, and they can literally meet people at the gate of their plane and bring them all the way through too. So yeah, it's a solution. Again, a bit of a cost. Hi. Oh, hello. This gets to be last question. But I'm hanging around so you guys can ask me questions later. Thanks.
Do you want me to carry? You want me to be?
I think we should move on to the next.
Okay. We have we have to go to the next speaker,
but I'll be here later to talk.
Okay. So please thank Alex for her wonderful presentation. And finally, thank you so much, Alex. I'll just give you one small tip. Venice. I accidentally showed up right after the marathon, and they had put ramps up and down all the bridges. Perfect. Okay, Alex and Pippa, she's going to say a few more words on the 21st century palliative care. It's all about living, not about dying.
Thank you. And I'll just see if I can put my other slides up. There we go. Okay, so this should hopefully be fairly quick, because I know you must be thinking about lunch right now. I just wanted to take the opportunity to give people a little bit more of an overview about what modern palliative care is all about, because one of the reasons for starting the Bucket List Festivals was because whenever I mentioned palliative care, or if it came up in the conversation, people would go, ah. Yeah, and the assumption was that it was all about dying. And this has actually been a problem, because patients, people that have problems that are readily fixable, because if with access to good palliative care, have been not accepting that help because they think that palliative care is all about dying. Whereas actually palliative care is all about living very well for as long as possible. So I wanted to just give you a little bit more of an overview, and hope that you can act as sort of the ambassadors amongst your friends and families and other groups that you participate in. So if you hear people talking about palliative care, it's all being about dying, then you can correct them and say, well, actually, it's not about that anymore. So I'm going to give you some sort of tools to use. I also have some visual aids which can be quite helpful. There's little postcards, and we have some up at the entrance there. And those of you that are members of groups or go to places where a poster might actually be looked at, there are a few posters. Please don't just take them home. They need to be actually displayed somewhere where people can actually see them. I think that one of the reasons why there's been so much publicity about palliative care in the last few months has been because of the legal aspects of the physician hastened death or medical aid in dying. What it has exposed is the problems with access to palliative care throughout the country. In Canada, we don't have the best access to palliative care in comparison with other countries. In BC, we do better than some provinces, but there's still a long way to go. So I kind of like that little cartoon there, just showing about how it's really all about living, not about dying, and we should be talking about that much more than about the end of life issues. So historically, when palliative care was first sort of invented, and the actual term palliative care was invented in Canada by a gentleman called Balfour Mount, who was actually a surgeon at the time, who was based in Montreal. He'd been to England to learn about palliative care from Dame Cicely Saunders, who founded the modern hospice movement.
And he felt that the word hospice, which is what Dame Saunders had termed it to start with, in French actually had a negative association. It was part of dealing with lepers and unwed mothers and things like that. So it was a very negative thing. Whereas palliative care was much more positive and about living well. So he changed it to palliative care. The problem is that since then, many people have used the word palliative care as a euphemism for dying. Oh, he's palliative. Well, what do you mean he's palliative? Do you mean he has an incurable disease and he's getting close to end of life? Or do you mean that it's just not a curative situation? Or does it mean that there are lots of things that can be done to help? So very sloppy use of language. And many people think that palliative care is this sort of thing that happens when all hope is lost and Shackleton's not coming and there's nothing more that the doctors can do. And that really is not the case anymore. Even 16 years ago, the CHPCA, which is a Canadian Hospice Palliative Care Association, came up with this model, which because it is now becoming, well, has been becoming the international standard, but it's already out of date. The idea is that when someone's diagnosed with cancer, though the focus of care, it's not just cancer, any other serious illness, the focus of care is on therapy to modify the disease. As time goes by, you increase the amount of care that's directed towards quality of life. But at the end of the day, the model has death and bereavement at the end of it. And many people look at that and they think that's really not what they want. You know, it's also not really been adopted very well, even as recently as 2010 in a big American cancer conference. This new model was being proposed as literally new, and it was already 10 years since it was invented. So it's because it still has death at the end of it in the visual model, it's really not appealing, and it doesn't communicate what real modern palliative care is all about. And the consequence of this is that patients have had often too little palliative care, too late in the course of their illness when there's been much avoidable suffering. There hasn't been time for good advanced care planning, so things like the living wakes, the advanced directives, the parties, the last trip, the things that people really want to do, they don't happen because people don't have time to think about it and plan. Because of the general, I think, poor level of training that many doctors and nurses have had in the past in medical school, the quality of symptom management that people can get is very patchy. There are some who get excellent care and others who get very poor care. And so expectations sometimes can be very low. It's because people don't know what's out there. They don't know how good it can be because they've not experienced good care or they've not seen good care from their loved ones. So there's this sort of expectation that people are going to suffer, and people don't realise what they're not getting. Because of this, there's a much more of a burden on caregivers than there needs to be. And people looking after somebody with a serious illness can be very hard work if you think you have to do it all yourself, if you don't realise all the supports that are available through palliative care. And it not only has a high personal cost, both in the health and finances of the care providers, but it also has a very high cost to society and us as taxpayers. We know that if people get early access to palliative care, they tend to choose less pointless, intensive and expensive interventions, and they focus much more on being out of hospital, which, because it's better care, actually ends up saving money at the same time. So there's not many things that are relatively new that are better, that are actually cheaper. So palliative care is most valuable when it's integrated early in the course of illness. And I'd like to just make sure that people understand the separation between the palliative approach to care and specialist palliative care. The palliative care approach to palliative care is something that can be available by any healthcare provider, not even by healthcare professionals. It could be from community groups, friends, families. That's not something which requires a lot of specialist knowledge, but it does require some knowledge. And then the generalists, like the GPs and the general internists, the emergency room doctors, can handle most stuff. Most basic things can usually be handled fairly well. But there are times when things get a bit more tricky, and that's when you need specialist palliative care. But don't think that specialist palliative care is all there is. Just because maybe you live in an area which doesn't have a hospice or it doesn't have a palliative care unit, we're very well taken care of here. This is probably not the best environment to be talking about lack of services, but those of you that have friends and family that live in some other parts of BC, you may be aware of how poor the services are. It's important that you realise that the palliative care services can take on very difficult ones, but the more obviously treatable things can usually be dealt with by the generalists. So palliative care is also shifting now from focusing primarily on cancer to including lots of other diseases. In Vancouver it's been AIDS in the past, but now heart failure, kidney disease, chronic respiratory failure. There's a number of other chronic illnesses that many people are living with, and there's lots of good things that can be done to relieve symptoms and be involved in advanced care planning and that extra level of support that people need with lots of different illnesses, not just cancer. Also, I'd just like to point out that a lot of the specialist palliative care services are restricted by prognosis. For example, to be eligible for hospice, you usually have to have a life expectancy of 3 months or less. For eligibility for certain medical benefits, the life expectancy is expected to be 6 months or less. And these are very arbitrary obstacles, and they're there purely to ration the resources because we don't have enough resources. But the actual care is not related to prognosis. And to be honest, as physicians, we are actually terrible at prognosticating. So don't get too worried about this whole prognosis thing. It's one of these artificial things that's created for the administration, but really has no meaning in real life. Putting somebody on the palliative drug benefit program, which is a marvelous intervention which can really help with paying for medications, though somebody says, yes, this person might be expected, I wouldn't be surprised if this person were to die in the next 6 months, doesn't mean that you're going to die in the next 6 months. It's not cause and effect. It's just a way of trying to make sure that we don't have everybody in the province on the palliative drug benefit program, because then we would have no taxes left to pay for any schools or senior centres or anything else. So the WHO definition, I just wanted to put up here and make sure that people realise that it's that palliative care is suitable for people with life-threatening illness, not necessarily life-limiting. And this was a definition change that happened in 2013. So the WHO internationally, the whole world, they're trying to change the focus more towards the challenges of living with serious illness rather than planning for dying. It's much more about living than dying now. So palliative care can certainly coexist with any of the life-sustaining or disease-modifying treatments that are available. I see patients who are having chemotherapy with curative intent, having radiotherapy, having surgery. About a third of my patients in the palliative care clinic are actually cured of their cancer. It's still palliative care, and it's still meeting their needs and relieving suffering, but it's not related to end of life entirely. As I mentioned, we know that specialist palliative care does reduce the risk of dying in the hospital. Most people do want to die at home. It improves the quality of life of not just the patients, but also of the caregivers. And there's considerable research showing that it reduces the risk of dysfunctional grief reactions after somebody has died, if they indeed do. Less admissions to the ICU. Most people don't like being in ICU. It's not a happy place to be avoided. And it's a great place if you have something which is acute, treatable, reversible, where you have a good chance of recovery. But it's not a good place to go at end of life when you've got very limited chances of recovery. We know from studies that the sooner you get palliative care, the better. This is just a graph showing the difference in outcome in terms of survival from two groups of patients. This was done in the Mass General Hospital in the US, and patients who were diagnosed with metastatic lung cancer, which is not a curable condition, were randomized to either have an immediate palliative care consultation and subsequent care as determined by the needs, or to wait until the oncologist decided it was a good time to refer the patient to palliative care. And you can see the difference in the two curves. The red curve is actually the ones that got the early palliative care. And you'd think that having palliative care referral by your oncologist would probably be associated with a shorter survival because you're referring the sicker people. In actual fact, the reverse was seen. The people that got early access to palliative care lived substantially longer, and this magnitude of benefit is about the same as for many chemotherapy protocols, for which, you know, if it wasn't available, to be people marching up and down outside the Houses of Parliament with placards saying we have to have this. But you don't see people out there marching saying we have to have palliative care. It seems a big discrepancy, but the actual magnitude of benefit is very similar to many of the treatments which we think would be essential to care. So to try to convey this visually, because it's very hard to do this in words, especially when it's a very emotional subject for people, I tried to create a different new visual model which would make it easier for people to understand and to explain to other people. So the idea is that you have the two focuses of care. One is disease management, and that's the one I've put in blue here, that triangle. And the focus when you're first diagnosed with an illness like cancer is to try to cure or at least control the disease. But as time goes forward, the focus becomes less on the disease, but more on caring for the patient. But notice that it starts at the time of diagnosis. The sorts of treatments, this is a cancer model, that might include things like chemotherapy, transfusions, medications to support chemotherapy, that sort of thing. But the palliative care components overlap. There's a massive overlap. So symptom management, advanced care planning, that big diamond in the middle is actually the largest space on this model, because that's the space that most people spend most of their time in when they're diagnosed with a serious illness. They're in that concurrent model where they don't know whether they're going to get better or whether they're not. And the idea is that if you do get better, that's great. You go through your rehabilitation, you go on to survivorship, and eventually I guess you're going to have to do a full circle and come back into the model again, because unfortunately none of us escape that cycle. But the idea is that you've had the best possible care during your illness, you get better, and you're then better prepared for your recovery. If you don't get better, if this isn't a curable situation, at least by the time you are getting towards that sort of hospice eligibility, you've had access to the best possible care, so much suffering has been prevented and you're well prepared for what lies ahead. So my goal with the bowtie model is to really describe what modern palliative care is all about in something which is visual. You can draw it on the back of a napkin, you can hand out a card, you can put it on a board, you can do lots of things to try and communicate it this way. And the point is to try to emphasize that palliative care is not, you don't have to be dying to be able to benefit from palliative care. And if you get over it, we'll all be thrilled, but if you don't, at least you haven't missed out on anything. So I just wanted to put that up for you so you know what this whole idea with the Bucket List Festival is trying to promote, is the concept that yes, we are all going to die someday, but that's only one day, and the whole of the rest of your life you're living. For example, things like with the travel that Alex has been talking about, there's all sorts of things that people can do. But don't just think because you've got diagnosed with a serious illness that kind of life finishes then and the fun stops then. There's lots of ways of having fun and lots of ways of doing things. If you just ask the right questions, speak to the right people. I've had some of my patients do amazing things. I had one young girl who went back to Iran and lived there for 6 months with a fully implantable pain pump system which needed to be refilled once a month. We just organised for the right people in Tehran to be able to do the refills. I've got another patient who goes to Spain with full intravenous feeding. People having oxygen on long trips, people having dialysis. All of these things can be arranged just by not giving up and asking the right questions. So that I will stop, and I think it's lunchtime. Thank you, Sam. Excellent.
Thank you so much, Pippa. So now it's lunchtime. I would encourage you to have a chat with some of the speakers, but I also want to encourage you to introduce yourself to each other. There's some very interesting people in the room. I see Jack McGee, the former head of the Justice Institute, and there's a bunch of other people that are very interesting lives, and I want you to all to meet each other. So thank you all. Let's have lunch.
know when I was talking to researching the idea of what are the roadblocks, what are the hiccups that happen when you started searching the blogs about them.
And it's so interesting because people all
no.
And you try to
it's like people were saying about getting your medical advice from the internet. It's the same thing, isn't it? Look at your travel advice from the internet.
I go to trip advice on my own time. When I go I want to see what happens. I incorporate the song. But often what you find is photographs that people have taken at the hotel. And you walk there, you don't want the ones that come from the hotels. They take 4 o'clock in the morning. 15 hours.
And it's all fully dressed.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to see somebody's really good, but I take everything
I read one the other day. There was a woman who was complaining that all of the restaurants she went to served curry in India.
Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, I what else? Went to Spain.
Yeah, that's right. A guy from Mexico who was saying that Spanish must be a very easy language to learn when the children are speaking. Oh, of course, yes, definitely.
So other than that, I don't like anything.
Beautiful, yes, that's for our beginners. Yeah. Well, and this is something that they get their teeth into.
May I have your attention for 1 minute? We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock. We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock.
So, when you practice in small town, you have but I left the actual practice in 2000. I got involved in a gold mining operation in Australia. I ended up going down there and doing a bunch of work down there. Kind of saving the company. And then when I came back to Canada, I didn't want to start up a practice again. I knew that law was what I wanted to do, but there's something wrong with it. Depending on your approach. When your approach is sort of a, well, that's it. But what I did is I took up teaching. And I taught at college, I taught paralegals, and loved it. Actually, really enjoyed the teaching. So it was a social work required. That's an indicator of just the kind of limits the money-making drive right there. But
when I say I want them to wear France, some really obscure pardon, and I have to thank you. Great. And then they go, and then I want to go on to Ireland.
Okay. Now, speaking about conflict of interest, of course, we're looking for board members. For this congregation.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I don't know.
Well, that's right. And disclosure, I mean, that's one of the things I'll write in the Constitution.
I'd be happy to. Now I can Victoria, just so you know.
We'll And there's the services now that you can actually, you can show the documents.
She's actually done presentations in all of my on Skype, and I'm on a big screen, and I'm in between.
I know. So we can do that. I can write the Constitution so that as long as we can reach a consensus.
My mom constitution.
Well, me too, of course. Actually, I wanted to tell my staff that I was shutting down the business. I was running at the time last September. And I sat down with this one particular kid, 15 years old, one of the best in my sales team. He was amazing, just brilliant. And I was really sad to have to, and he'd only worked for 2 months. And I sat down with him on his own. I told him, yes, the real reason we're shutting down is because I can't run business. Great big grin on his face. He looked at me and said, "What's on your bucket list?" What a beautiful response.
Capacity pledge.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Good. What about it?
I work with John Rogers at Pippa.
I am in Victoria.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, right. I have a referee with my son.
I did bring some with me. Yeah, I'll think of that. So good. Chatting with somebody in line for lunch there too. More experience with the parents and missing the boat for making up the power of attorney. Somebody who didn't have capacity anymore. So very good. It can be, yeah. I read this week that you heard that Prince died, right? The singer. And apparently his $300 million estate and he left no will.
The government's running out of its hands.
I know. So we still need to work out the hotel in Amsterdam and insurance. We're going on a yes, Alex has been awesome to help us pull all that together. And did you connect with us as well?
You're enjoying lunch? Fine.
You know what? It's for a whole host of reasons. Anyway, I'm trying to convince her to come out here. To come. And I think it just the anxiety of trying to execute, even though she has traveled. It's funny because my husband doesn't say much. The other day she said, "Oh, you're in the highlight." And I didn't hear you were well. But it's because I'm using well, like, you know what, it's why interesting enough, even stepping up to the plate to say, hey, this is a possibility. It was huge, right? And the fact that they did everything. And we'll get to experience that and see right? But loopholes are in behind there. Anyway, so yeah, so does she cancel that? Okay. Well, you know what, maybe what I'll do, maybe I'll text her right now. But then, you know, what is that she so it's the compound. thing was is that she was kind of been stretched financially for her, but she was going to do it to be able to take my sister to college. And she also was so the fact that and for her to be able to take the time off, there was a whole bunch of things which she was going to do for my sister. So it's not that she wouldn't love to go and do this, but so which I think I give you. So anyway, but that's kind of a unique opportunity for us
Very well, very well. And how do you get involved sharing and I know that some like antique style travel that would be in a group, but I don't make that picture because I would never say that meant style. In order yeah, I understand that. And she's good.
So, but you have seen
stroke affects the right side of your body. Look at my lovely closets. And I said, oh, the closets. And no one in a wheelchair can get to.
And I was, listening to you, thinking about this would be such a good fit for her, where she can help. You know, I mean, I don't know if there's room for anybody else.
Well,
If you have somebody
with
that
no, I don't have anyone like that. And with our trips that we do, we sell to travel. We get other travel agents to sell for us.
this would be so rewarding. Anyway, I'll tell her.
Tell her to email me. I will.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not going to the virtuoso conference this year because I can't Vegas. But I'm kind of going down. I'm not going because I love it. Vegas.
That makes sense.
I don't know if she's going. I say she's going.
Yeah, no, she has been. She's done. But it's great having her.
Well, feel free to let her know, because you know, we'll do consulting for other people.
Yeah.
So if she has a client she wants us to consult with, we'll charge her an hourly rate to do consulting if she has the client.
All right, well, nice to meet you. Thanks again. And then the whole insurance question. And did you have more of these?
They were up.
They're all gone. Yeah.
He's a member of the Terry Fox Hall of Fame. Winner of the Christopherson Award.
Yeah.
No, he has
Oh, and they're also virtuoso members.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So your agent should know all about that.
Do you mean Richard? He's going to speak.
Nice to meet you. Excellent.
She's my commander-in-chief.
I used to teach one of his children in my class, like, this one. Anyways, yeah. I know. I've done a lot of things. Look at your emails. Yeah. I didn't stick with
I'm the ranger.
I loved it, but I didn't stick with it for that many years because I had a family. And then after they kind of raised their family, I thought, I'll go back to teaching.
Well, we have one new member that they call themselves L3. That's little. And the program that they back at is for what I said the only way to describe it is a new species. It's young adults who graduated from children's kindergarten as well.
Right. But now I'm a grandma, so
I could live their entire life.
He's 5 months, so for the most part, so I, starting to, of course, I should go down now.
And because of the great care we now have, yes, we have some about children's services where a generation ago, maybe 20 years ago, they would never have lived my son. Exactly. So these young people are now trying to navigate. Some of them having to go back to Prince George or where they used to come from. Having to hire their own therapist for it. But I went to an event and there was
he would be better known in public.
young adults. And we were sort of moving in the sky thing.
And it was through the connection with Pippa because we built hospice at UBC. And then she kind of came on the scene just after we opened and I met her.
And I understand that.
And she mentioned about the so we thought, well, that's interesting because I was
accommodate wheelchairs and the insurance
and then
so
we'd already had the wheels in park. So anyway, so I'm actually this is amazing. This turnout.
what I wanted to do was
And they've done them. She's done them. She's done them. Contact with families. The island. She's done them. So they're slowly spreading out. It's not easy. It's not easy, but they had radio say that there's been advertising for as much as they can get.
but part of what she's doing is I've been a member since Karen is well,
I think we're trying to make it as unhospitalized as seems like it's got to be Karen has been there for that energy we had a major flood 3 months after the but she chose it for another year. It was like her first nightmare. The ceiling has this which are just and plus so she's trying to make her bed already evacuated because the alarm bells went off and they didn't start using it. They had to wet the water, many of them filling the seals, and the poly was keeping it out of place. And they managed to, the garden was shut, they were done between the front end and the patient boarding, and really so they went into a emergency mode, they were not and they evacuated
but it's interesting because
so but then we made the mistake getting restoration company to link him in and take them to the sort of the initial part. But our contract is being mailed to come back. So we ended up using
another chance because they had the additional support of my dad and the family and everything around and everything to do a lot of those. They have an social network. And so this is which is why we're trying to go to lawsuits. So I want to give you more information. And then it never really signed it up the I have these ones. I have a couple of other things. But yeah, he takes groups he had 14 Florida. I'm like, I've been there. I always go back to the old city, not great. They do this, they have this fantastic thing. So this one is another thing, but I know people are starting to develop this interest. If you email you can find her on the internet. And so take interest in her.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the afternoon. I wanted to remind you that there's some fabulous door prizes. Hawley, 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 Hawley. I am selling my CDs later. I'll sign them. We had some wonderful door prizes. Make sure you stay to the bitter end because you don't want to miss out. I mean, like really fabulous door prizes. Pippa's going to, Dr. Hawley wants to just have a word with you for a minute before we get underway.
Thank you, and there isn't going to be a special event, just so you know, there's something on the schedule there which actually didn't pan out, so we're going to go straight into the presentations this afternoon. A number of people have been talking to me about what UBC is doing to try to change the way that palliative care is taught in the medical school and in other healthcare disciplines. And I just wanted to let you know that there is a division of palliative care at UBC which is responsible for that. And if anybody is interested in supporting it, which it is actually in pretty dire need of, there's a little information sheet which Diana, who's the lady at the back there waving her arm, can show you. And if anybody does have any ideas of teaching opportunities or funding that they'd like to discuss, they can talk to Diana or to me. So please just have a look at those. And the other thing is we're going to be having a public event, which is on June the 27th in the evening at the Holiday Inn on Broadway. And one of my colleagues from England, Karen Forbes, is going to be coming out to talk about how palliative care is delivered within our healthcare system in Canada as compared with the UK. And the UK at the moment are the top ranked country for palliative care in the world, and Canada just slipped from 8th to 11th. Wow. And even Karen says things are not perfect in the UK either. So I think we can all learn from each other's systems, and we can learn from them in England what worked for them and what didn't, and see if we can try and advocate for change within Canada, particularly in BC. So that's an event that's been put on by the division, and if anybody wants to know more about it, please just come and ask me. I've got some little cards with flyers about it, and it is advertised on the UBC Division of Palliative Care website. So thank you, and back to David.
I might need a little more volume, I don't know. Sure. Just get it on. I'm on now. Can you hear me at the back? Okay. Unfortunately, Sam Sullivan was called away, so I'm going to be having dual duty. I'm going to give you the next presentation, and no, I'm not doing my fly-up. I'm just trying to do something with this microphone. Owen, how do I get this on? Thank you so much.
Oh, indigestion.
Here, I'll turn this off.
So if you want to change your talk, I will go turn this on. Hopefully that's what it is.
Just trying to find a little icon to set it up for me.
Ready? Is this warming up? Give me 2 seconds here.
I'm to tell a joke. Does anybody have a good joke? Are you really ready for the real truth?
It's the horrors of Windows 10, isn't it?
Don't get me started on Windows 10. All right, okay, let's test your audio. Yeah, hang on, let me turn it off.
People at the back, can you hear me? I'm going to maybe get a little more volume because I have a very soft voice, as you've heard when I yodel.
There he is again.
We're just adjusting lights. Can people at the back see the slides? You've got them in your booklet. Everyone is there. And if I see you with your faces down, that means you're texting. That's great. Well, I'm very pleased to be able to speak to you today about medicinal marijuana. And part of the reason is that I work at the Complex Pain Center at St. Paul's Hospital, and we've been using cannabinoids for the last 15 years, getting some repeat. For the last 15 years for some patients with really difficult complex pain issues, and have had fairly significant results. The important thing to know is that medicinal marijuana is not a panacea, but it's one more tool to help those of us who are working with people with incapacitating pain, be it from a malignancy or non-malignant pain. This is my email. Please write it down. I have a very large amount of material in this talk. Normally I at least spend an hour and a half educating physicians with similar material, and we're going to be crammed into 30 minutes. So you need to put on your track shoes, but if your questions aren't answered, please don't hesitate to email me. I'll be more than pleased to respond to you. I only work Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So if you happen to email me on a Friday, you may not hear for a couple of days. So I really want to stretch your minds today. I want to give you a new way of looking at some of the myths that exist regarding marijuana. Chronic pain is a major problem. A much bigger problem than even the slide suggests. It's estimated that perhaps as many as 20% of the Canadian population suffer from chronic pain that impairs their quality of life. How many people here have chronic pain or know a family member or friend that's incapacitated or affected by chronic pain? Everybody. And the type of pain that we have most difficulty managing is the pain that comes from injury to the nervous system. And we call that neuropathic pain. And we have a variety of different strategies, which I'm going to talk about, but in some cases, patients are left suffering and still have real difficulty, or they can't tolerate the treatments. And so as a consequence, it's actually patients that have come to us requesting the use of marijuana medicinally. Many of them have tried it recreationally, or a friend has advised for them, and they found it was helpful in the management of their symptoms. So why is it that chronic pain is so difficult to manage, be it whatever the cause, whether it's a non-malignant or malignant cause? Well, the reason is it has to do with our evolution. Can you guess which one's me? Over the millennia, over the thousands and thousands of years that we've been on Earth, our nervous systems have been modified in order to ensure that the pain message would get to us, because it's our emergency signal would get to into our consciousness. And so as a consequence, we've developed many different neural pathways and neurotransmitters in order to ensure that that message can get to the brain. The difficulty is that if we don't manage that pain, if we don't control that pain, it can go on to some very serious consequences with escalating pain, and it begins to affect the whole person with mood difficulty, sleep disorder, inability to think clearly, fatigue, and affecting their ability to be productive and their quality of life. So we do have many different strategies for managing chronic pain, and one thing we're all most familiar with is the pharmacology, and we have a number of different medications, but they're like a double-edged sword. On one side of the sword is the benefits. On the other side are the adverse effects. And the difficulty is that many patients have significant adverse effects such they can't tolerate the medication and can't get benefit. What we've learned as the specialty of pain medicine has evolved, that many of these different agents, if they're used together in combination, we can use smaller doses and they work symbiotically. They work more effectively than any one of the drugs alone. Some people think they're being treated like a guinea pig when they go to the doctor and they're offered a variety of medications. But for chronic pain, that's often necessary. One of the advantages, as you'll see, about medicinal marijuana is that it's a very safe drug, and we'll talk about that shortly. And side effects people develop tolerance to rather quickly. Oh, what's this? Oh, colorful culture develops colorful language. This is a doobie. This is a reefer, a joint, a weed, and in Hawaii, a Maui Wowie. Part of the difficulty, though, with the culture is because marijuana is being used recreationally, it's got a bad rep. But actually, marijuana is being used for over 5,000 years for pain and symptom control in Egypt as well as in China. So what's the science? Do we have all the answers? No, we don't have all the answers, but we have far more knowledge than we used to. We now have many very well conducted scientific studies that in fact proven that marijuana is safe and it's efficacious. We used to have to depend on anecdotal studies, and so often physicians would say, well, there's no good evidence about this being effective, but now we can point to a number of, quite a large number of studies as well. Now, how many of you people here, how many here have the breakdown products of cannabinoids in them right now? We all do, absolutely. Dr. Hawley knows, and the reason is because just like we have an morphine type system where we make endorphins for reward, like when we feel good, we run hard, we have intimacy, we ate a great meal, we have a release of these endorphins, little chemicals that go to receptors in our brain and other parts of our body, like a lock and key, and they give us a good feeling. The endorphin system is parallel, but it has far more impact on the body functioning than the endorphin system. The cannabinoid system is very widely distributed and controls many, many body functions. In fact, it's thought to be responsible for homeostasis, the maintenance of balance in our body. Big word, but I think you're going to follow me there. The endogenous system has chemicals we call endocannabinoids. And there are many, but the three major ones are listed. And they're produced by the body, and they act on the cannabinoid receptors, just like the opioids work on the opioid receptors. These are the little places in the body where the cannabinoids connect and have their impact. Similar effect to marijuana, but a little less potent. And we have two types of receptors. We have peripheral receptor, central receptors in the nervous system, the CB1, and we have CB2 receptors and more in the periphery. This diagram shows you the concentration of the CB1, and you can see that it's widespread in the brain stem, spinal cord, and even out into little receptors in our periphery. The CB1 receptors are mainly in the nervous system, whereas the CB2 receptors are primarily in the immune system, like in the spleen, tonsil, and mast cells. The CB1 receptors are extraordinarily abundant in the brain. We have 10 times more of the CB1 receptors than we have of the opioid receptors. Isn't that amazing? And, but what's really important is there aren't very many receptors in the cardiorespiratory center where we control our heart rate and respiratory. And therefore, it's extremely hard to have an overdose from a cannabinoid or marijuana, whereas it's very easy to have an overdose from an opioid. You would have to consume 1,500 pounds of marijuana in 15 minutes to die from marijuana. You would have to smoke 900 joints all at once in order to die from marijuana. Very safe drug. So there are very widespread functions. Just to touch on this, it affects our memory, sleep, appetite, our metabolism, pain perception and modulation, stress response, and balance of excitatory and calming effects in the body, and intestinal motility, to name a few. So the cannabinoid system is extremely important in body function. And if you're deficient in the endocannabinoid system, there's such a condition called an endocannabinoid insufficiency syndrome, and that's where people don't have enough cannabinoids happening, and they are less able to buffer stress. And we believe that that's an important precursor of mood disorders like anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and some of the other functional disorders like fibromyalgia. You may know people with fibromyalgia or irritable bowel syndrome. So you can see this is a very amazing system. Let's hit the right button, David. Okay, so I've just been talking about the endocannabinoid system. I now want to talk to you about the external cannabinoids. Now, they can be naturally occurring like marijuana, or they can be synthetically manufactured as drugs. Nabilone, Sesamet, Sativex, there's a number. We're going to talk about marijuana because that's the name of the talk. Marijuana comes in primarily two plants. There's three, but the two important ones are the sativa, which has got narrow leaves and is activating, and indica, which has got fat leaves and is more calming. The marijuana is only produced by the female plant when it's mature, and it develops on the ends of the buds in tiny little spherules. It doesn't occur in the leaves or the stalks. It does occur a little less on some guarding leaves. But if you talk to the people that have smoked marijuana all their life for recreational purposes, they're always chopping up their stems and their leaves, but there isn't any marijuana there. So that's the placebo effect. So the two main cannabinoids from marijuana are CBD, which stands for cannabidiol, and it's non-psychoactive. And THC, tetrahydrocannabidiol, I always have trouble getting that one out. It is psychoactive. No, I'm not taking any. And I don't have any samples for anybody. What's really important is the ratio between the THC and the CBD. The ratio determines the effects it has on the body. Typically, most people with chronic pain aren't interested in getting high, so they typically want lower THC levels, and we always start with lower THC levels in that group. And you can see that when I'm talking to the doctors, we talk about a low THC level of less than 9%, and now it can be down to 4 or 3%. It can be very low. But you have to have that combination. And that combination will determine what effect it has on the individual, but also the effect it will have on different conditions, like multiple sclerosis or cerebral palsy or a variety of other medical conditions. And we're in the process of trying to figure out what are the best ratios for what condition. So that's where these licensed producers, there's 26 of them in Canada, they're regulated by Health Canada, produce and selectively different strains of marijuana to try to meet and find the sweet spot for patients' best response. The street varieties are quite high in THC, no question. Recreational users want the bump. In 1983, the concentration of THC was about 3.5%. Today, it can be as high as 27% or higher. So, yeah, that's what people are using. The clinical evidence that I talked about, there are many, many now randomly controlled trials. If you look at this diagram on the far left, where it's hardly able to see anything, that represents a handful of studies that were published in 1963, whereas out on the right here, 2008, more than 1,500 published studies in Index Medicus. And, but most importantly is the quality of the science. And the randomly controlled trials indicate that it's safe and it's efficacious. So and when they do a meta-analysis, they look at all the different random controlled trials. And the conclusion is, one, it's human pain will respond to marijuana. The effect is moderate, so it's not the panacea. And there's more studies are needed, but definitely it has a role. So how do we use it in chronic pain? These are the benefits of marijuana, where the opiates primarily just affect the pain receptors, some other peripheral effects, but mainly the pain receptors. Cannabinoids will decrease pain in their own right. If you're on an opiate medication, it will reduce the need for as much opiate. It augments the opiate. And the advantage of that is you need less of the opiate, so you have less adverse side effects, less tolerance, less other problems. It decreases muscle spasticity. So patients with MS, any people that are having a lot of muscle spasm, it can be helpful there. It's calming. Most people that have severe pain are anxious, and so it has a benefit. It's an anti-anxiolytic. It's anti-nauseant. Many of the medicines we use for a variety of treatments in cancer as well as others are nauseating, and cannabinoids can be helpful. And it's also an anti-inflammatory. Now everybody here has taken Aleve and Advil, and well, those are anti-inflammatories. Naproxen's a little stronger. Cannabinoids are 10 times stronger than aspirin and 2 times stronger than the NSAIDs, or these anti-inflammatories, and there's no risk of GI bleeding. Everybody wants them? So these are the indications that we use to determine whether a patient would be effective and be managed with a cannabinoid if they're not responding to other therapy. So neuropathic pain, muscle spasticity, cancer-related pain, palliative care, PTSD, and anxiety, all those conditions have randomized controlled trials that have proven the efficacy, but we're using it in other conditions like arthritis, fibromyalgia, etc. So, what are the contraindications? Why should you not necessarily be on it, or you need to be watched very closely? History of psychosis, history of drug or alcohol addiction, severe liver dysfunction, use with other psychoactive drugs, particularly sedatives or hypnotics or benzos, because they're an additive effect. And we have to carefully monitor people that have depression and anxiety, but almost everybody who has chronic pain has some mood disturbance because they've had losses, they can't be productive, and it's very common to have adjustment reactions to it. Absolute contraindications, known sensitivity, uncontrolled blood pressure or arrhythmia, meaning their heart rate is irregular. Marijuana in some people will increase the blood pressure more, and some people will drop the blood pressure. Marijuana in some people will raise the pulse, other people will lower the pulse. So those are the conditions that we don't recommend its use. And chronic hepatitis, it's thought it can cause fatty liver. Schizophrenia, it's been shown that if a person 15 starts smoking marijuana and they have a strong family history of schizophrenia, there's 4 times the likelihood of that person developing schizophrenia by age 26. Pregnancy, and go without saying. These are the common side effects. I don't know if you can read it on your in the booklet, but you can notice the most common ones are, and I gotta get my glasses out here, sedation, dizziness, and somnolence. The good news is if we start the dose very low and we only gradually increase, patients will develop tolerance to these side effects, so it won't prohibit the use of the medication. Some people can get a little postural hypotension. That means if you sit up, you're sitting and you stand up suddenly, you can feel lightheaded. So that's common. Red eyes and a dry mouth. Those are the commonest things. And you can see there's less common and quite rare conditions. But those are the things I wanted to point out to you. In terms of many other medications we use, those side effects are relatively low and less impact. Now, what about driving? Marijuana and driving. Well, actually, believe it or not, the studies show that marijuana has a relatively small impact on driving. What they have noticed is that people tend to drive inappropriately slowly. But the problem is that people that are using marijuana recreationally typically use other things too, and the problem is those are additive. Alcohol, any other kind of psychoactive drug can impact on the marijuana and lead to severe impairment. Overall, as I've mentioned, the acute toxicity is low. No one's actually died from, there's no recorded case that I'm aware of, in the literature where someone's actually died of an acute overdose of marijuana alone. So it's safe. What are the long-term effects? Well, dependency is one factor. But when you look at statistics in the general population, 9% of the general population can become habituated to marijuana, 10% to opiates, 15% to alcohol, 17% to cocaine, and 32% to smoking. All the smokers in the room have to stop smoking. Cognitive effects, it can be impaired if you've been a heavy user, but that usually is resolved after about a month. I've mentioned about mental illness, psychosis, and schizophrenia. Immunity, we don't know what effect it has on immunity at the present time. And pregnancy, it has a significant effect. There are problems with people that abuse marijuana, and how do you identify these people? Heavy daily smoking, excess time and money spent on using, impaired work and school performance, dysfunctional social relationships, and repeated attempts to quit or reduce use. The people that are most likely at risk for substance abuse disorder are young people with using other substances and have a mental disorder as well, like some kind of a personality disorder, depression, whatever. How do we use it? Everybody kind of knows you can use marijuana. You can use it by inhalation. We can use it by topicals, and we can use it by ingestion. The guidelines for smoked marijuana, typically everybody's a little bit different, but you can see that we start off at a very low dose. An inhalation of 50 milligrams. This would be in a vaporizer, I'm talking later, but typically we start low and go slow with a very low THC. The average is about 1 to 3 grams in 24 hours, but many, the BC Cancer Agency did an interesting study on the use of marijuana, and 20% of those patients were using under 1 gram. I think 10% were using, 50% were using between 1 and 5 grams, and then 10% were using between 5 and 10 grams, and 20% were using over 10 grams a day. That would be like 20 joints. Who do you think that population belonged to? Those are the recreational users who are needing marijuana for pain relieving effects. So they already developed tolerance to the marijuana and consequently needed a higher dose to get benefit. Another reason for starting low. If you are smoking, you shouldn't drive a car for at least 4 hours, and if you have euphoria, it's recommended you don't drive the car for 5 hours. Vaporizing is a much safer way of inhaling marijuana. It's basically it's much smoother, much less irritating, and the reason is because It's the heat that releases the biological activity of the marijuana. And basically, at 175 degrees, it starts to form this vapor, but it's not in combustion. And as you increase the heat, you release more of the THC and the CBD. And so when you're starting and advising a patient to use an inhalation, they should start at the lower temperatures, and all the new vaporizers, roughly, our good ones have a temperature gauge so they can adjust that. The advantage also is that you avoid at least 90% of the carcinogens. When you inhale a joint, well, you guys inhale a joint, you're getting over 300 chemicals, and some of those are carcinogenic. Brownies. Okay. So we're going to turn to dosing with ingested marijuana. It's an alternative to respiratory. People that are having sudden jolts of really severe neuropathic pain often will recommend they use the inhalation form because they get almost some immediate relief within about 5 minutes. When you ingest it, it will be variably absorbed. If you have a full stomach, it's going to take longer. Different people's guts operate differently, but generally it's a slower onset. And the problem is when people are naive with marijuana, they take a brownie, it tastes good, nothing's happening. Oh, maybe I need another one, or another one. And you know, some of these people end up with emergency with a tachycardia. So yeah, you wait till you get the full effect, and then don't take it more until that happens. It can last up to about 12 hours, so typically people that are ingesting marijuana shouldn't be driving until 12 hours after. And obviously, because it's not as a direct absorption system, it often requires a larger dose of the cannabis. So what about the regulations? That's a real hodgepodge. But basically, federal law prohibits the use of marijuana unless it's authorized. The most recent legislation came down in March of 2014, and it's called the MMPR, Marijuana for Medical Purposes Regulations. There's a couple that are confusing. The trouble is it's quite confusing for physicians, and it's very confusing for patients. Now that the government's planning to, or says it's planning to legalize marijuana, we're not sure where we are at, but under the current regulations, people can only really, theoretically, should only be buying directly from a licensed producer. The licensed producer must be licensed by Health Canada, and they have very rigorous standards. They have spot checks on them. I've been to a couple of facilities. I had to take all my clothes off, have a shower, put on their clothes. It was more sterile than an operating room, actually. They can't use chemicals, and they have to they have to guarantee that there's no fungus or pesticides in their product. And they also have to specifically state the amount of THC and CBD in their product. Well, when you go to a dispensary, you don't know what the heck you're getting. So that is definitely there's something to say about the licensed producers. The dispensaries and the compassion clubs are not legal, but the police at the present time are not acting on it. And physicians and nurse practitioners do not disclose symptoms or medical conditions on the medical document that they send to the licensed producer. So this is all between you and your healthcare provider. So basically, the patient's benefits now, patient can get the medication very quickly. A patient that is palliative and at home and has requested marijuana and will have a vaporizer and product in their hand in 3 days. So it's really quite amazing. And as I've met, you can see that there's definitely quality control. That's an advantage to the patient. And patients get to know, or people get to know what their active cannabinoids are in their product. And there's less home fires. Well, how about that? What are the downsides? It's really the jury's out, but it's thought that the new products are more expensive, but it depends. Some dispensaries are jacking their prices. There's a lot of competition between licensed producers, so I think the prices are coming down for them. They have compassionate rates for people that are can't afford it, or for senior people. I'm only 35 inside. This is a document that I recommend if you're interested in this topic that you get it. It's online. and it will give you a lot more details than I've given you today. And I just want to let you know that when I give this talk to physicians, I tell them, look guys, we've got to take our head out of the sand because medicinal marijuana is here to stay, and it has some very good benefits for patients that they should be able to access. And if you as a doctor don't want to prescribe it, it behooves you to ensure that your patient is in touch with some physician that is prepared to help them. Thank you. Questions? Yes. We'll get you a mic.
I'm an avid watcher of Coronation Street, and it's quite moralistic. And right now, one of the themes is a young woman in a wheelchair who is a mother who is suffering chronic pain, and she is having to get her ex-husband to get it from drug dealers. So the UK is nowhere near as far as we are here in Canada. And also I spent a couple of years quite recently with my mother who had post-herpetic neuralgia from not getting the drugs with shingles, and it was down the side of her head. And they definitely don't have medical marijuana in New Zealand. When I talked to her GP, it was like, oh God, you're from North America, or you're American, you're a bit way out there, like you do therapy sort of thing. And it was very much misunderstood. And I know that my mother could have really benefited had she have had the benefit of medical marijuana, because her appetite went, and after more than 20 years of post-herpetic neuralgia, she was quite sour in her mood, because as you were explaining, that chronic pain does make you.
Right.
Really.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
So I support you wholeheartedly. I would come on the road.
Do you have any comment about the UK? I don't know what the practices are in the UK. Is it variable in the different countries, or generally not available?
Generally not.
It does help that we're from British Columbia. I have some friends here from the Gulf Islands. You might want to. I might introduce you to them. So, anyways, yes.
David, I'm curious about, you mentioned schizophrenia and the adverse effects of schizophrenia. Thank you. And I've been thinking about people with autism, and especially nonverbal people, and the violence that occurs. And I'm wondering if there would be a similar calming effect as you've experienced in some cases with this treatment.
That is a good question, and I'm not familiar with that population, but I will tell you that you did see on my slide that the recommended dose is actually by the College of Family Physicians. They don't recommend people having it under the age of 25, but the Canadian guidelines are under the age of 18. But just out of interest, in Colorado, there are children with uncontrolled seizures being treated with very low THC, very high CBD levels. Charlotte's Web is the name of one form of marijuana, and their seizures are controlled. So we're in the process of learning. Yes.
My son is on CBD oil for his seizures, and it's completely gone. And he has cerebral palsy and is very tight.
Yes.
And for the first time in I don't know how many years, he can actually hug me all the way around now. It's
Wow.
brilliant, brilliant.
Great, thank you. Yes.
What are your opinions between the difference of medications and the natural form? You mentioned there's some hospital.
Okay, so the pharmaceutical, typically the College of Family Physicians, British Columbia, as well as the other colleges, are tipping-toeing into marijuana. We use, actually in our practice, we use pharmacological agents. The oral one is Sesamet or Navalone. It's a fairly high THC compound, and many of the patients that I see that have chronic pain are extremely sensitive to medications and adverse side effects. But I found that even if other doctors have tried this Navalone on their patients, I find if I start very low and go very gradually, I can usually titrate the patient onto that medication. The advantage to the patient is that the Navalone or Sesamet is a commercial name, is covered by pharmacare.
The problem with marijuana is that it's not covered by pharmacare, but if you buy from a licensed producer, you can then write it off against your income tax, as you can a vaporizer if you purchase a vaporizer. And maybe the things are going to change, I'm sure, very quickly in that regard. Hi.
Have you had any experience with marijuana on people that have peripheral neuropathy?
Oh yes, absolutely.
And what is the
Okay, so
what is the success level?
So again, the question is, what about peripheral neuropathy? Somebody like maybe has diabetes or some other form of peripheral neuropathy. That's a form of neuropathic pain. That's a disease, or if you like, an injury to the nervous system, the peripheral nervous system. And patients are left with really severe burning pain and often jolts of electrical type pain and lots of unusual symptoms. And just like all forms of chronic pain, different people respond to different things. But definitely, I have patients that have had benefit from marijuana. It doesn't get rid of all of their pain, and they're probably on other agents as well that work together, as I talked about earlier. An anticonvulsant, likely an antidepressant that also works on the pain system, and possibly a painkiller like an opiate or one lesser than an opiate. But the cannabinoids can help be the pharmacological agents or the smoke or inhaled or ingested. So yes, it can be helpful.
David, one more question.
Right.
Another way to consume cannabis orally is in olive oil, and a number of dispensaries sell small jars of olive oil and THC. And the advantage is it's easy to measure. There are instructions on the bottles. It's usually between half a teaspoon to a teaspoon. And it's just a simpler way, and a more, I think, exact way to measure cannabis when you're consuming it orally.
Yeah, the licensed producers now are producing exact grades of or amounts of cannabis in the oils, and they are selling capsules. We're starting to smell, those little. Remember when cod liver oil was popular? Yeah. You chew it. Well, they're coming out in those formats. But you're right, John. But the question is, with the dispensaries and the compassion clubs, we're not sure where that's going to go in terms of regulation. But definitely ingesting can be in butters, oils. There's also tinctures that you can put under your tongue, which in alcohol. People that have had tinctures say that it's not very tasty, but they get a quicker response. Not as fast as an inhalation, but faster than ingestion, because there's a lot of blood vessels under our tongue, and you can absorb from there. I think we need to move on, but I'll be happy to take questions. I'll be here all afternoon, so I'll be happy to take questions. So now I'm going to put on my other hat to cover up my hair. We all, I'm afraid, our committee all have red faces. Richard Weiland's name is misspelled. It's W-E-I-L-A-N-D. He's our next speaker. He's a tax and estate specialist with the firm of Clark Wilson. Let me turn myself off here. Gotta grab the right thing here. Okay. Do you want this or do you want to use that?
I think I'm good with this. Yeah.
Okay. So, and anyways, imagine doing that to a lawyer. It's enough to get you sued. Anyways, Richard, our sincere apologies. This topic is timely for all of us. Making your wishes known to your family in advance can save a lot of grief and disharmony later, as Pippa suggested. Richard's going to talk to us about representation agreements and powers of attorney.
Thank you so much, David. And I've certainly been called a lot worse than Weiland, so that's not bad at all. So thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you to the Order of St. John for planning this. So what a great event. I had the pleasure of, in December, I had a client who asked me to come out to the hospice out at UBC, and I spent a bit of time with him and his family there, and did up a new will for him. And so I got to see what was going on there, and you know, I could really feel it as soon as I walked in the door there, just the sense of peace and calm about the place. I also have had an experience in my family with my own mother a couple of years ago. She spent her last couple of weeks in a hospice, and it was a fantastic experience for our family, although obviously difficult at the end of life, but my mother was so thankful for the care that she got in her last days, and so were we as a family. And so I just want to commend the work that's being done there, and I think it's fantastic that we're here in support of that as well. So I'm going to talk today about planning for life, powers of attorney and representation agreements. I'm an estate planning lawyer, and so I deal with clients on helping them achieve their estate objectives. And you know, there are really two parts to it. A lot of people think estate planning, they think preparing a will. And a will is important, of course, for you to decide what happens to your estate, the things that you own, on your death. But there's another part to estate planning, and that's planning for what happens during your lifetime when you become incapacitated. And there's two aspects to that, of course. The first is who is going to deal with my financial affairs when I'm no longer able to do that myself? And that's what I'm going to talk about today under the heading of powers of attorney, and specifically enduring powers of attorney. The other side of the equation is who is going to help me to make personal care, medical, health care decisions when I'm no longer able to either make those decisions myself or communicate my wishes myself. And we have a tool called a representation agreement that I'm going to talk about that can help with that type of planning. So first I want to talk about what happens if you don't engage in capacity planning. And so you may have heard in the last week that the artist Prince died. And I read later in the week that Prince, apparently he had a $300 million estate, and his sister says that he died without a will, which is shocking. But it just goes to show you, people put off estate planning. People always think that they'll have time to deal with it later. So what happens if you don't deal with your incapacity planning? Well, I was chatting with somebody in line for lunch who was saying that they, with a relative of theirs, they missed the boat in that their relative, by the time they got around to the trying to do power of attorney, their relative was no longer had the capacity. And in that case, they were able to wing it. It was the way that it was put to me. I see a lot of clients who do this as well. So if you don't have a power of attorney in place, in some cases the family can wing it. And that just means that you may have pre-authorized payments coming out of your bank account. You may have things all nicely set up. Maybe you even have a joint name of one of the children on one of the bank accounts, so they can continue acting for you in an informal capacity. But there are limits to what you can do under an informal arrangement. So, for example, if the adult now needs to move from their house and move into an extended care facility, and maybe they need to sell the house in order to provide the money that they need for the care. Well, you can't sell a house if your name is on the title to the house. The house can't be sold unless you have the legal capacity to sign the paperwork, or you have a power of attorney in place, or somebody legally authorized to sign that contract for you. So if you don't have that in place and your family needs to take steps like that, then the only option for your family is to go into court and get an order for guardianship. And in BC, that's called committeeship. And so the court in that case appoints a committee for you, somebody who has the authority to act on behalf of you for financial affairs, and also in some cases make personal care decisions for you. The committee appointment process in BC is long, it can be complicated, it's expensive, and it can be quite arduous. It involves, among other things, you have to get 2 opinions from physicians to state that you're giving their opinion that you're incapacitated. If John was applying for committeeship for me, he would have to inform me that he was making that application, and depending on my state of mind, I might not be very happy with that. So you can end up in quite a tense situation between between often the child and the parent. Furthermore, in a family, I'm one of 6 kids in my family. In larger families, you may get 2 different siblings or 3 or 4 who all think that they're the right person to apply for committeeship. And maybe if I apply, then one of my sisters would say, well, you're not the right person. You can't even manage your own affairs, let alone our parents' affairs. And so you can end up with a contested committeeship where everybody's getting lawyers and they're all fighting over who's going to be appointed as the committeeship. Generally speaking, that's probably not the process you want for yourself and your family. So the way that you can avoid this is to make an enduring power of attorney. A power of attorney is simply naming somebody, giving somebody the authority to manage your legal affairs. And an enduring power of attorney means that it endures, it continues on in effect, even after you become incapacitated. Any adult person who has legal capacity can make a power of attorney. And so, generally speaking, legal capacity in this context means you have to understand what your property is. You have to generally understand who your family members are, and particularly your dependents. And you need to understand the nature of the document. So you need to understand that when you give a power of attorney, you're giving a lot of authority to somebody to manage your financial affairs for you. You have to understand that they could misuse that authority, and you have to understand that if they don't invest your assets well, it could cause loss to your estate. And so if I'm interviewing a client, I make sure that they understand those things before they put a power of attorney in place. How do you make one? Most people would go to a lawyer, like myself, to make a power of attorney. There are sites online where you can find forms that you can fill in as well. And when you sign it, the important part of a power of attorney, it has to be signed in front of 2 people, unless you sign it in front of a lawyer, and then you only need 1 person. Apparently 1 lawyer is worth 2 other people. I don't know who made that one. Probably a lawyer made that rule. And lastly, actually, for the English majors in the room, the line should read, whom should you name as your power of attorney? Well, obviously, you're placing a lot of trust in somebody. Often it's a family member who you believe would be capable of managing your financial affairs for you. In some cases, if there's no appropriate family member, you might be turning to a trusted advisor or perhaps a trust company. So, 10 years ago when we were preparing powers of attorney, they tended to be all in the same form. They were 1 page and they didn't have very much in them. They just said, I'm naming this person to be my attorney, and I give them all of the authority to manage my affairs, and that was it. Powers of attorney have become more nuanced over the years, and there's some other things that you should think about including in a power of attorney. So for example, if you're naming your spouse as your attorney, normally a person acting under a power of attorney is not allowed to use the power of attorney to transfer property to themselves. It's a rule against self-dealing. But if you're naming your spouse as under your power of attorney, you actually might want them to have the power to transfer assets to themselves, to take care of themselves, or perhaps to do some estate planning and maybe avoid some probate fees or otherwise minimize taxes. You might also, for somebody who is in a regular habit of providing financial assistance to family members, kids in university, for example, or sometimes beyond, you may want to include a power in the power of attorney that specifically states, my attorney may use this power of attorney to benefit either my family members generally or these specific people. Sometimes I meet with clients who are in the habit of, they regularly make charitable gifts. It might be their church, it might be one of their favorite health-related charities, and they want that to continue. So a person acting under a power of attorney is only allowed to use the assets for the benefit of the adult patient unless the power of attorney says that they can continue making gifts. And it may be advisable to put limits around to whom gifts can be made and the amounts. You might want to include a power to reorganize affairs, conduct estate planning, and again, tax minimization. Some other clauses that we sometimes put in there, an attorney, if the power of attorney is silent, then the attorney is not allowed to claim any compensation or payment for acting as attorney. And so you might want to put, particularly if it's not a close family member, maybe it's a an accountant or a financial advisor who's acting, in that case you definitely want to include a clause to say how much is this person going to get paid to carry out the duties under the power of attorney, which sometimes can take quite a bit of time. And also you may want to, in a more advanced power of attorney, you might want to split roles between different people and say, I name this person to take care of my business, but my personal affairs I want my other child to take care of. Sometimes when we're planning with clients, we also, we can use trusts as alternatives for capacity planning tools. This is a little bit more advanced, but the general idea here is that I can take the property that I own, I could take my house and some of my investments, transfer them into a trust, so transfer them to a trustee who holds for the benefit of me during my lifetime, and then the trust specifies to whom the property will go on my death. The way that this can be used for incapacity planning is when I set up the trust, I could be the first trustee, or if I'm starting to have trouble managing my affairs, but I still want to stay involved, I could name John as my co-trustee, and we could manage the trust together. Can I trust you, John? Sure. and then when my health declines to a stage where I no longer want to be focused on managing my financial affairs because I just want to be focused on relationships and health, then I can resign as trustee and the management smoothly passes to my co-trustee. Okay, next I just briefly want to talk about the other side of the equation, how to plan for healthcare. I'll take questions at the end, but so just in a few minutes. So how do you plan for healthcare and personal care? With a lot of our clients, we're making representation agreements. A representation agreement is like a power of attorney, but you're naming a person, giving them the authority to make healthcare and personal care decisions on your behalf. Do you need a representation agreement? Well, there is a statutory default in place under the Healthcare Consent and Care Facility Admission Act of BC that says that if you don't have a representation agreement, a physician is entitled to turn to the next person who's listed on a list of default substitute decision makers in that act. And so it goes to your spouse first, and then to a child, and then to parents, and out to brothers and sisters. So it follows a statutory scheme. So if you don't have a representation agreement, it's possible for a physician to turn to somebody in your family as a substitute decision maker. However, if you want certainty as to who's going to be making healthcare decisions for you, or maybe you want to, you're not happy with the person who would have the authority under the statutory scheme because maybe your child is not the person that you'd want making those decisions on your behalf, then you should make a representation agreement. Who can make a representation agreement? Well, there's two different kinds. There's one type of representation agreement that gives a broader scope of powers, and in order to make that type of representation agreement, we call that a Section 9 agreement, you need to have full capacity like you do for a power of attorney, and so you need to understand fully the nature of the document that you're signing. There's another type of representation agreement called a Section 7 agreement. It gives a more limited scope of powers, so some of the more important healthcare decisions, for example, around end of life, can't be made under a Section 7 agreement, but a Section 7 agreement can be made by somebody who has more limited capacity. And they basically just need to, I won't go into all the tests, but they basically need to generally understand who the person is that they're dealing with, and they should demonstrate a relationship of trust with that person. What's the difference between a representation agreement and sometimes you'll hear about a living will or a memorandum of wishes regarding health care. Well, if I name one of my family members under a representation agreement, I name let's say one of my sons, although they're a little young for it, but if I name one of my sons as my representative, they are required by law to follow in exercising the power under that representation agreement and making healthcare decisions. They're required to follow any wishes that I've set out during my lifetime. And so a living will or a memorandum of wishes is a non-binding statement that I make regarding the type of care that I would want in certain circumstances, and I'm asking them to follow those wishes. Often living wills or memoranda of wishes will cover off especially the type of care that I want around the end of my life. And particularly, a lot of people feel strongly that if there's no reasonable prospect of recovery, that they don't want medical care to artificially extend their life. That's a common thing that my clients ask for in those documents. The other document you might hear about if you're dealing with the healthcare system is called an advance directive. An advance directive is different from a representation agreement, whereas in a representation agreement you're naming a person and giving them the authority to make decisions on your behalf when you're no longer able to do so. An advance directive is basically it's a statement, it's a binding statement of wishes made directly between you and your physician. An advance directive is specific with respect to care, and so it only applies to the types of care that are described in the advance directive, and an advance directive will trump a representation agreement. So if you have a representation agreement in place and then you're going into a hospital or medical facility and you're being asked if you want to sign an advance directive, you have to realize that whatever you put in there, anything that you specify in your advance directive, you will now be taking that authority away from your representative because you're giving your wishes directly to your physician under the advance directive. And sometimes that can cause a bit of conflict. It's something that should be carefully discussed and thought out at the time. So I'll turn to questions now, but in closing, planning for incapacity, I find when my clients engage in this process, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to think about these things and to think ahead about what will happen when you're incapacitated. But I find that going through the process, at the end of it, my clients have the peace of mind that comes with knowing that the plans are in place. And so, I would encourage you, if this is something that you haven't yet done for yourself or for a loved one, that you think carefully about it. And with that, I'll open it up to questions. I know we had one back here.
Yes, I have a comment more than a question, and it comes from personal experience. In my family, there was property in another province, and it was just by luck that we learned that the power of attorney for BC did not apply to that other province, and that we had to actually get a power of attorney from the other province for it to apply. And we learned about it in time, to get one, but I have known of situations where people haven't learned about it until after the fact.
That's a great comment. Yeah, powers of attorney are governed by provincial legislation, and every province has different rules about what they want to see in a power of attorney. And so you could, as this lady is mentioning, you could make a power of attorney in British Columbia, but if you have a cottage in Alberta or Ontario, or even somewhere in the U.S., it may not give the person the authority to deal with that property.
What would you do then?
So what would you do then? Well, in the planning process, you want to identify that, and you want to then, if say you had a property in Ontario, you'd want to make another power of attorney in Ontario to deal with that property.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
When you were talking about trusts, I kind of glazed over.
I didn't make it too long.
What I would like to ask is, what if the trustee is also a beneficiary?
Your question is if you have a trust, what happens if the trustee is also a beneficiary? Because
that's a very possible scenario.
Yeah, it's actually very common. One type of trust that we're often doing with clients, they're making with clients, it's called an alter ego trust. You may have heard of that. And typically in the early stages of an alter ego trust, I would be the one creating the trust. I would be the trustee of the trust, and I would also be the beneficiary of the trust. So it's absolutely possible to make a trust where the trustee is also a beneficiary of the trust, and it's not. It doesn't render the trust invalid or anything like that. There could be tax consequences, but it's actually fairly common that occurs. And then there will be provisions for, well, what happens when I become incapacitated? Then somebody else will become the trustee, and when I die, somebody else will become the beneficiaries, right? So there can be different stages in the process of a trust.
My question is, has to do with advanced directive.
Yes.
And so that goes to the physician, I understood you say.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. What if a physician is not sympathetic to the particular direction you're making? Is that physician bound by it if I put it into that kind of a document?
Yes, if you're putting a directive in place with an advanced directive, that is binding. It's as though that continues to be binding. It's as though you're giving those instructions directly to your doctor, so they are required to follow those.
The second thing is you've given us a lot of different mechanisms, one the last will and testament, and then the full capacity, well, you know what they are.
Yes, yes.
Okay, presumably they'd all have to be in harmony, because what if you put some little bit different in one than you did in the other? Is there any hierarchy of power there?
Right, so you're asking how do the different estate planning tools work together? In some cases, like, you know, the power of attorney gives somebody the authority to deal with your financial affairs, so deal with your property and your money, right? The representation agreement gives possibly another person the ability to make personal care and health care decisions. So those things sit side by side for incapacity planning. The power of attorney, though, it tends to run into your will, because somebody's managing your affairs under your power of attorney, and then on your death, now the executor of your estate, which might be the same person, might be a different person, now has to take over and start administering your estate. And often what your executor of your estate will be doing is reviewing what happened under the power of attorney if it was somebody different acting, right? One of the provisions in the Power of Attorney Act says that if I am acting as your attorney under a power of attorney, and I know that you made a gift of certain property to somebody in your will, then I'm not allowed to give that property, I'm not allowed to sell that property or get rid of it, because I know that it's in your will. But I might not know what's in your will. So it requires communication. We've got a question here.
Under either a power of attorney or a representation agreement, can either of those be either delegated or transferred to someone else? That's my first question. And the second one is, what happens if the person won't make a decision?
If the attorney or the representative won't make a decision? Right. Okay, so the first question was, can somebody named under a power of attorney or a representation agreement, can they take the powers that they've been given and delegate them to somebody else? No, they can't, is the short answer. They can either choose to act under it as they've been appointed, or they can resign or renounce their appointment, in which case there might be an alternate, there might not be. But that's really the only choice. They can't take that power and give it to somebody else. The second question was, what happens if the person named under the document refuses to act? It's going to depend on the circumstances and who the parties are, but typically in the case of a power of attorney, if it came to the situation where the person's estate was being threatened because of it, you'd often have somebody else then applying to the court to be appointed as a guardian or committee, which would override the power of attorney. And they'd be saying to the court, listen, we need you to appoint somebody to manage this person's affairs because their attorney's doing a terrible job. Representation agreement that would be a little bit tougher. I think, I might actually turn it to one of the doctors to see what they would do in a case like that. I think what would happen is the physician would be looking to somebody to give them direction, and if they didn't know there was a power of attorney, or didn't know there was a representation agreement, they might turn to the next substitute decision maker who was available. I think that's probably what would happen.
You go down the official hierarchy.
Yeah.
You do go down the designated hierarchy.
Yeah.
The problem with the designated hierarchy is that there isn't a preference indicated for siblings. So if you have 3 or 4 siblings, it doesn't say which one. So then it's up to the physician to try to assess which of the siblings is the one that most accurately is likely to represent that person.
Yeah, that can be fun.
Usually, they look at how much time they spent together and how well they know each other.
Richard, a long time since I've been a power of attorney, so I may be speaking from ignorance on this, but I'm wondering You mentioned if the attorney is not doing their job, then maybe you have to go off to court to force something. But in a power of attorney, can you still name a substitute? Can you give the attorney the power to power substitution? They can substitute somebody else for themselves if they want to.
So no, the under an enduring power of attorney, you're not able to do that. So we had new legislation come in 2011. You can name alternates, right? So when I make the power of attorney, I can designate an attorney. I can designate an alternate if the first person can't act for whatever reason. But if I name a person under an enduring power of attorney, they can't simply delegate the authority to somebody else.
Thanks very much, Richard.
Thank you.
David, is there a nickel bag in there? David? Yes. We got a nickel bag in there?
The next speaker, and definitely not the least, is Gabby Brew.
No mic.
Can't hear me?
No. Yeah, you turn your lapel off.
Do we have a microphone now? Oh, okay. Well, okay. She hasn't done her speech yet, so who's going to tell the next joke? Like a yodel.
There you go.
Okay, well, here we are. Gabby Rue, is somebody going to pronounce it correctly?
No,
Gabby
not
Rue.
on yet.
You'd think we practiced this for a few days. Anyways, Gabby, we're delighted to have you here. She's a very experienced therapist. If you look at your handout, she has a wonderful story to tell us. She frequently collaborates with Dr. Hawley, and I believe there's a joint authored book in the works. Gabby's going to speak on leaving legacies.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to Pippa, Dr. Pippa Hawley, who started all of these bucket list festivals. Thank you to Anna. Thank you to His Worshipful Sam Sullivan and David Hunt for moderating. Thank you, Order of St. John. Thank you, Van Dusen, and most of all, thank you to you, because you came today not really knowing necessarily what you were coming to, and you're still here. Well done, because it is a fascinating day. I'll try and be very quick to make up some time, and also I'd rather stop and have you wanting more than do more and have you wanting me to stop. I read that a Princeton professor just the other day posted his resume, but instead of posting his real resume, he posted all the things he'd done wrong and all the opportunities he missed, because he thought that would actually encourage people. Now, this is my curriculum vitae, which should mean this is my course of life. That's the translation. But as we know, that doesn't really represent me. And I hope maybe in telling my story that it will help you tell yours. This would be a better prompt for my curriculum vitae or my resume. Now, this was a girl who was 5, maybe 6, and she didn't know who she was. She didn't know what country she was born in. She didn't know her nationality. She didn't know if she had brothers or sisters. And she was hidden in occupied France. And the reason why she's important to me is because she became many, many things, one of which is my mum. I stand sideways and people sometimes, but it really brought home to me what it's like when you don't know, what's it like when you don't know who you are? How important is your history to know what your future is going to be and how you're going to be and who you want to be? So in 2007, in Vancouver, unable to work because my work permit hadn't come through yet, I literally went around asking people questions. And the questions I asked people, you've got different slides to me, but the questions I asked people were really, I found 100 people who had lost their parents before they were 16. And I asked them, really, I'd rather you experience the talk than write notes if you want to, but it's more, what does this impact on you? And I asked these 100 people who'd been children when one or both of their parents had died, what do you wish you knew from or about the dead parent? And actually, can I ask you, technical wizards, if you can possibly switch my slides to the ones I just gave you? Thank you. And what was interesting is not a single person said, I know enough about my parent, that there's nothing I want to know. Everybody said, I wish there was something. This was the other thing I sent. Thank you. And top of the list were the children, years later, wanting to say, look, Mum, look, Dad, this is what I made of myself. And to feel that their parent was proud of them. And, thank you. And the next most important thing people wanted to hear was, I love you. Because many people, especially if they were very young when their parent died, thank you. What they wanted to hear was, they wanted to hear it from that parent. Not necessarily from that squirrel, but from that parent. Because at a funeral, people might say, you know, oh, your mum loved you so much. But they might feel bad that they don't remember mum's voice. Or they might say, yeah, I've heard that. I just wish I heard them saying, Suki, I love you. So if nothing else today, if you can go home and record an I love you to the people most important to you, that would be terrific. And then beyond that, there were loads of other questions that people said. A huge range of questions. Some people said, I just want to know how they feel about my sexuality. Or, well, I don't know how they felt about the illness. Some people who were children said, did I actually make my parent die? They told me they were tired and then they died. Or they said, oh, come on, just let me sleep, or you'll be the end of me, or something, and then they died. So with really little children, it was important to sort of reassure them that death was not their fault. Some people wanted things like recipes. They couldn't have the person there, but they wanted to pass on some of their traditions. One person said, I remember them whispering a prayer in my ear or something at night time, and it was lovely, but I don't know what it was. With some of the people, they wanted to copy what the parent had done. Maybe they, went to Old Trafford or Ansel Road or whatever place, and they wanted to take their children or their grandchildren to that sports centre and support that team. Because often when somebody dies, the good news is, I think Jimi Hendrix said that when you die, you're made for life. But often people will say the really lovely things. But when you're left behind and somebody's died, you want to know the person's 3D. Yeah, you want to know, you need to know them as a real person, because it's really, really hard to live up to otherwise. They wanted to know about how did you handle anger? How did you handle difficulty? How did you choose your career? And there were also things like romance, where sometimes the person who was left behind was so bereaved that the child or the young person or the person left behind couldn't say, what was your dating like? And although my research was about children, it has huge repercussions, please, for each and every one of us, to our next of kin, to the people who love us. And also knowing that they had your blessing to love again. Lots of people held on to the fact that they thought it would be dishonourable if they would diminish the love. And I think it's really important to say, our love will never change. I want you to love again. That's part of living a full life. And sure, make mistakes. David, my son, is sitting at the back, and he'll know that we asked his grandma, my mum, what was the worst thing you ever did? And she said, oh, I broke somebody's arm once. And we're like, oh, was it by accident? Like, oh, no, I did it on purpose. And they kind of felt liberated by it. Oh, she was an awful girl, and bling, 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 and I made her fall out of a tree. And it actually, I think, helps. Milo's there too. Hello, Milo. There was also questions around grief. What is appropriate grief to you? I had one person who I cite quite a lot who I couldn't use for the research because I was so worried about how she would cope. But she was praying 24 years later for an hour a day, every single day, because she didn't want to under-pray. In contrast, when my dad was dying, I said, what do you want? And he said, 2 years after that, you're doing it for yourself. It helped. Funny things, quirks, triggers. It could be how someone moves their eyebrow. It could be how someone just addresses the video. One lady who did this at the cancer agency, she said, it's not when my dad answers those questions so beautifully. It's when right at the end he goes, would you turn that bloody thing off? That, she said, is my dad. And that is actually quite important. It makes us trust our memories. It makes us feel, oh, now I remember, and it all comes flooding back. So really, there's almost nothing you can say that's going to be awful. Apart from maybe somebody rang me and said, can I tell my child they're adopted on your machine? And I said, no, you cannot. There's some things you need to do. There's some discussions you need to have in your life. Please. So what is the naughtiest thing you've ever done? What epiphanies have you had? And I don't ask just because I'm nosy. Well, I do ask just because I'm nosy. But people were asking this question because they were looking at their family and they were saying, why did Dad suddenly move, from, I can't say it, Port to Vancouver? Why did he, change from being married to Mum to running off with whoever? What happened? Why did he stop that job and do that? Because if the person's not there, it's really hard to be a detective and make sense of it. Pass on what matters and what really doesn't. And at the end of all that, well, I was going to just write an article, but so many people said, I want to hear my mum or dad. I want to see my mum and dad. So with the help of some very fantastic people, we made an app. And a few years later, that was on a computer, and a few years later, last year, we made an iPhone app. So each and every one of you, if you want to, can go to a computer, download for free the app. It will give you prompted questions, okay? And you can do it on your phone if you want to. You can add or edit the questions, and you can give it away. I would say if you're doing it on your phone, make sure your privacy is setting how you want it, otherwise all your friends will say, oh, that private thing you should phone. No, set it how you want to, but you then can download it either onto a memory stick or onto a disk if you have that, or email it. Some people choose to have it while they're healthy and circulate it and have more discussion. Some people leave it with their will. Please put a Sharpie on a disk on your memory stick, this is important. If you're feeling really, really rough, make sure that you've given a document saying, I want this to go to whoever you want it to go to. And you can also make different versions for different members of your family. You could do something for a spouse, something for a child. And you know what's really weird? I did this for children, and the children left behind. But for the last couple of years, we've been doing it with quite a lot of people, some of whom don't have any next of kin at all. And what they said is, actually, it helped them think about their life. And that was quite interesting to me. So the Record Me Now app, it looks kind of like that, where you can go on. At the top, it'll give you the question. There'll be a little button saying why the research says this is important. And then when you're ready, you literally can press start. Okay? So I've tried to write a simple version, that's why thank you for changing this. So I am the least technological person in the world. So if I can do it, I promise you can do it. There'll be a legal agreement which basically says I'm not responsible for anything that goes wrong in life ever. Sorry. And you should agree to that. And then the app will ask for your name, and I would recommend that you write, from Dad for Susie or whoever you're addressing it to, and you could then do multiple ones. It automatically saves. Don't put pressure on yourself that today is the day you're going to do your legacy. I've made it divided into sections. So if you want to talk about romance, you can do. Want to talk about your career, you can do. Want to talk about death, you can do. Want to get rid of any questions, do it. Okay? And whenever you stop, it'll save whatever you've got. And if you want to be a cookery hero, you can actually start making the cake, pause it, come back and be Nigella Lawson. And it's, here's the cake already. Or in my case, Here's the cake. And save it the way you want to. And it's really free and it's really private. And you are very, very welcome to contact me or the organisation if you want any support. Really use this as a springboard, please. I don't even mind what you use, whether you use a video or whatever you use. This is my system, what I'd recommend. Now let me think of the reasons why you're not going to do it. Do you want to say any reasons why you're might not do it? Okay, one, people think that if they do it, they'll then die. Okay? No, it's true. I've actually been monitoring this, and so far we don't have any different correlation between people. Anyway, I haven't really been monitoring it non-clinical at all. But anyway, please do it. It's the same as having insurance. It's just an emotional insurance. The other reason you might not do it is you might say nobody's interested. In which case, I really challenge you. Ask your family, ask your friends. What would you like to know? I want to leave some things. What are the stories? You know, my mum might say some stories, and I've heard them so many times, but I wanted to record some of them. You know, and then it makes it so much easier for you. Instead of it saying, tell a joke, they could actually type in, there's a plus and a minus button, they could actually write in, tell us that joke about when, you know, Dad fell down the hill and the donkey chased after him. So make it personal for you, because that will be easier. And I was saying that I don't feel any strong sense of what you should use. Do what's right for you. If you really, really don't want to do it, you can get a piece of your clothing and you can actually stitch some of your old clothing and make teddies for grandkids or whoever matters to you. And that'll be nice because you could even do it with them and it will smell of you, which is really important. Olfactory memory is so important. One lady said that she wears her mum's scarf, but she wished she knew her mum's perfume because then she could wear it anywhere and nobody would ask. And she could wear it swimming and she could wear it to her wedding and no one would ask anything. And when I was telling somebody about this, they said, forget perfume, it's floor cleaner. I want to know what my mum's, you know, their house would smell like. Yeah? The smell memory is so important. And it might be that some of this will bring up a lot of issues for you. And thank you. With some people, it's made them feel, okay, I want to go and talk to this person. Or I want to say thank you. Or I want to connect. Or I really do not want to connect. And that's all fine. Some people want to write a letter just for closure at the end. But it's really about, I guess it makes sense why the person with no next of kin wanted to do it. It's about what this life means to you. And what feels unfinished and what will make you feel complete. I just like that picture. You're very, very welcome to contact me. Thank you very, very much. And if there are any issues that it brings up, you're very welcome, contact me about them. I'll talk through them with you and do them in bite-sized bits. Record Me Now is a not-for-profit society. My husband and I like to call it a Just for Lost society. And the other reason you might not do it is you might say, I look awful. But to the people that you love, they will love you regardless. And to the people who say, I'm going to do it later, please do me a favour and just start now. You'll find it's not as scary once you get going. Do it with a friend, do it with a glass of wine, do it with a joint if you suggest again. But, you know, do it in a way that it feels good for you. And I promise you, people will be interested. Thank you very, very much. I would now like to take questions. One question that I'm making up about the travel. I actually wanted to pick up from Alex after, if I may. Is that all right, Pippa? Just to say, I found people remarkably fantastic at helping if you tell them. And even if you don't go with Alex's company, I've travelled with people who are very, very sick. And we queue jumped at the Vatican. We queue jumped with baby pandas. And we've done all different things just by asking. And some people, if they're too scared or you don't want to say it publicly, this person has whatever, print it on a piece of paper and hand it to somebody, and often they will help and they will, you know, really support you. You just got to do that asking in advance. Please.
Thank you for that. That's wonderful. I came from a family of 15 children, and in 1975 and in 1979 again, I recorded my parents, and that is now an incredible treasure. So I'm going to get on to myself next because of what you said. This is really good. But one thing I wanted to say about my mom and dad. Dad was a very aggressive preacher. Mom was his wife. And in the first interview in 75, he did most of the talking. In 79, she took over. She just took it as hers, and my dad, bless his heart, he let her. No interrupting, just let her talk, and it was incredible. One of the things that really came through is she talked about what difficult times they had. They were born in 1902, 1905. And she had always, at the end, would always say, and I decided I would be happy. It was a decision.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you, yeah, and actually that's, thank you, and how wonderful that your parents did that and that you're going to take over the mantle and do that. And it is very interesting, that issue of going through hardship is so important. One of the themes I kept finding were the sort of surviving children who were really young, felt they had to be fantastic, they had to be perfect. That people would say, oh, your daddy had a smile on his face every single day, your mum, she was perfect. It's great to know the whole person, it's great to know what people struggled with. And wow, well done, what a great legacy and heritage for you. Thank you.
Are you getting an app for Android?
I can't afford an app for Android at the moment, so borrow a friend's iPhone, or you can use a Word PC or Mac OS X 10.5 or above. And if people want to just, if you go onto our website, you'll see lots of the questions anyway, so you can use it in whatever format you want. But no, we did this kind of out of our own pocket because we wanted it to exist, and so we're just doing it as we can. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what a day we've had. If you've enjoyed the day, or even if you haven't, it's really important for us to have you complete these evaluations. Think about it. Think what you'd like to hear next time. We like to have constructive criticism. We don't like the other kind. But we really have enjoyed the day. It's been great, and thank you for coming out on such a beautiful day. Now, I'm going to walk home with all the door prizes. So we have quite a collection of fun things. So pull out your little stuff and see what we can distribute. So the gifts are all over there. I'm going to this first door prize is a bottle. Six, 5, 8, 2, 5, 9 for a bottle of authentic French champagne. Woo! Right here for Irene. What she has on his face. Do you drink champagne? Oh, wonderful. She does. Do you share champagne? The next gift is a gift basket containing a 4D CD set of those sentimental years, including the only big band you'll ever need. This goes to, I'm hoping they have a CD player, 658-280, 658-280, Under the Beach Tree. Here we are. We have another gift basket containing a three CD set of rock, pop, and doo-wop. I'm really hoping for this one. 658-249. 658-249. There you go. There you go. Great. I'll look after them for you. He doesn't want to trade them. Now, for us oldie guys and ladies, a gift basket containing a DVD set, the best of the 60s. Best of the 60s. I'll read this one again. They all start with 658. Yes. 658-313. 658-313. 3 1 or 3. Somebody left. Yes. Oh, great. Can I come over to your place, John? That one's fixed, John. And now we have a, yeah. Oh, we got lots. We have a gift certificate of $100 to High's Encore. 315. That's the first three numbers. There we are. Okay, thank you. And now for the sweet tooth in the crowd, a gift basket with Purdy's chocolates and Kahlua liqueur. Oh. Okay, thank you. 272. Whoa. We're going to come to your place. And now, a selection of select fine wines, in fact a bucket of select fine wines to tickle your palate, to put a smile on your face, to put a song in your heart, and to share with good friends. 3, 2, 1. Hey! Oh, it doesn't do one. I'll have to take that back.
Aren't you glad your mother broke you?
Yes.
The first person to put their hand up that they're a master gardener gets. Oh, okay, right here. A copy of the COVID Gardener Spring 2016. Yeah, thank you. Covent Garden? Covenant? I can't say it right. It's a good thing it's the end of the day. And we have another gift. Yes, drawn? I know I did. 297 for a...
Oh, it's a travel cup.
It's a coffee travel cup, or whatever other beverage you want to put in it.
An unlimited trip with virtuous, sadly.
And that ends, yep. Okay. Right. So the last item is you have lovely flowers at your table. If you look at the back of your chair and there's a little white tag with a star, you are the winner.
I'll check if the top spot.
Thank you, everybody, for a wonderful day. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, hospitality committee and volunteers. That's great. Thank you for our help from the back. And, have a great weekend.
It was really, really, you've got such a good turnout. I mean, you tried after our little group with Susan Dixon, I mean, towards the end,